Good afternoon. Welcome back to the first session post lunch break. So whenever there was a discussion on fixing up the tentative schedule, I said I was of the opinion that I should be made a moderator of a session which is challenging to manage. That is the session just immediately after the lunch break. It has its own challenges. But we will ensure that the challenges can be transformed into opportunities. And we do deliberate on issues which are cross-disciplinary and which requires the participation of diverse expertise. So for this panel discussion, as you could find from the program schedule, is about bureaucracy and policy making. So the session would be chaired by Professor Amita Singh Madam. Madam, welcome on stage. And informally I have sought her permission to make the session not only, we all will try to make it as engaging, as interactive as possible, not only that, but in addition to that, broadening the scope of the panelist. So that's what would make it more meaningful. So instead of having only bureaucrats on the stage, we will also have senior researchers, people who have been into the field, people either who have been maintaining top-down approach or people who are maintaining bottom-up approach. We have expertise from both the, pattern, both top-down and bottom-up. So I would now request Rakesh, can you coordinate? Darbari madam has to come. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. Now, may I request Nilkamal Darbari madam to be on the stage, and very senior administrator Dr. Shubhaya Sankaran sir, a Kerala cadre administrative officer, and Madhusudan Misra sir is not available. He said he has some other engagements. Ms. Debjani Bhuiya, an administrator as well as a researcher who has been maintaining passion and interest parallel. And then may I also now request Professor Kokila Konasinghe to be on the stage. And also Justice Sireni Tilakavardhana madam. Ma'am, Tilakavardhana madam, please. We welcome you on the stage. And yes, how can we make it a complete session if we do not have Dr. Meen Podal Chhatri sir? Sir, please, welcome to the stage. And I request my colleague, Dr. Rakesh, to keep note of the points, so that we have a wonderful proceedings. Now I request Professor Amita Singh Madam to give us briefing address and give us further direction so that I can moderate the session accordingly. Thank you.
Hello everyone, and back from lunch, I'm sure this would be a rather challenging attentiveness which would be required from you. But at the same time, I still plead, please come forward and participate with your very best energy which is available post-lunch. The youngsters are not around, students are not around, so we could, slowly begin till everyone joins in. This is going to be a little different panel with a very focused approach to governance. And this is what is extremely required, because at the end of all discussions, we've seen since yesterday that everyone has come and presented problems, that this is happening here, there is this, and then they have come with whatever they have done as a community, as an individual, as a researcher, and then the solutions are missing out. Because when it comes to solutions, the most important stakeholder in finding solutions is administration. And that administration is always in an inferno. Why inferno? Because there is this larger framework of national policy that they have to implement. And on the other side, there is this huge community base over which they stand in the field. And they have to maintain a safe arm's length from the community without getting embroiled in the local politics or locally recharging or debasing social movements which take place, and at the same time keep their performance index well targeted and on the rise. It's an extremely difficult position because when you stand outside the bureaucracy, you may not realize it, and that is the reason why the problem always centers around the bureaucracy when you are outside the bureaucracy, and it is easy to target them. I, for chance, had to do the best practice research for 400 best practices from 2007 to 2009 and 10. And that's where I met some of the best IAS officers, best bureaucracy all over the country. My students, my researchers, my colleagues, we went and visited them, questioned them what made them turn out a problem into a best practice. How could they do it? And they had very, very different tales to tell. And many of them who got the best practices in a particular time, where later on when the government changed, they were labeled as somewhat a bad administrator for the best practice they brought in. So bureaucracy is sandwiched between politics, political ideologies, demands, and ability to achieve the target. So in one way, let's have mercy with the bureaucracy, and on the other side, let's have sympathy. But at the same time, an important thing, let's handhold and have a synergy with the local bureaucracy and take things forward. Now, how do we do that is something which will come out from the panel that we have here. Because we have, I don't have the list of speakers. Do you have the list of speakers? But I know each one of them, so I can just go ahead with it. The first person I would call here would be Dr. Subbiah Shankaran. He's from the Kerala cadre, retired now, but he has a number of good practices that he has brought about. And I don't know, Subbiah ji, what you were when you were in job. But after that, I've seen that he has constantly emphasized that community interaction is the #1 demand. I'm right. And I expect that you would focus on the community interaction. Thank you. Please, at the back, silently come in and settle on your seats.
Good afternoon to all of you. Respected Chairperson, Professor Amita, other panelists, Ms. Neil Kamal, Ms. Devyani, Professor Prusty, Professor Meen, and Devyani. Good afternoon to all. In fact, it's I think sixth section after lunch. Many youngsters are ready to join us. In fact, yesterday they have covered almost all points for discussion points they have covered. Climate change, in fact, it's not new. As yesterday another friend told, when the earth formed, climate change also in a coexistence. However, it was recognized in 19th century by few scientists like Tyndall, another one Fourier. They have recognized the temperature rise. In early 20th century, other scientific workers, they measured the carbon dioxide emission and consequences. Only in 80s, the government got attention of this issue. In 1988, IPCC, International Panel on Climate Change, was formed. This was again pursued. In 2015, we had the Paris Agreement. We all know the fate of Paris Agreement. The US President preferred to withdraw from that. Basically, the Paris Agreement focused on the end of fossil fuel usage, on building code for environmentally sustainable building. Then NDC, it was actually national decentralized contributions, then financing the climate change resilient measures, mitigation measures. We had a lot of issues in any other country. We had the disasters, disease, loss of livelihood, crop failure, poverty, displacement of population, biodiversity destruction, and food security. Like any other government, Indian government also had recommendations. We created missions, mission on water, mission on energy, mission on enhanced energy efficiency, agriculture, sustainable habitat, Himalayan ecosystem, knowledge for on climate change, green India, all these things. See, here we have to understand. One is energy, another is enhanced energy. I don't know what's the difference between energy details and enhanced energy details. Another one, agriculture, and one more mission, water. I don't know how to differentiate between agriculture and water. Yesterday, Ms. Neil had already mentioned about issue on water. Then the green India. Without water, without agriculture, how can you talk about green India? So people had a confused recommendations. There was no clarity as to what is to be done in this. So there are a lot of gaps in the agenda setting. That's how I see this. See, any policy instrument, there has to be an agenda first. Who will set the agenda? At the government level only, they do all this agenda business. Maybe political manifesto based, or journalists, they also bring, researchers also bring, public also bring. So agenda setting is at the level of government. When the policy formulation, here comes basically the bureaucrats, policy formulation. They are to formulate and present to the political executive, and they decide actually. They are the decision-making authority through the appropriate legislature. Then the implementation come to the executive departments. Then evaluation actually in government system, it is not much other than the C&AG report, Controller and Auditor General report. In the bureaucracy also, in the budgeting or the policy formulation also, there are different model. Some are rational model, that is evidence based. Another is incremental model. This year, in fact, that is a general trend at the government level. This year, say 100 crores a budget for a department. Then the financial says, this is a condition, we cannot go for deficit budget. Then we will have some incremental 10%. So it is an incremental model, that is generally. Then the car-based can model. So multiple stakeholders come with different issues, different ideas. Political executives, because of the alliance partners, they will have all their political manifestos to be presented in the budget. So it's a car-based can model. From the incremental model, after the alliance budget, we have come to the car-based can model. This you can see even now, the amount of budget provision allotted to Andhra Pradesh, the amount of budget provision allotted to Maharashtra government, you can see the difference. And the amount allotted to the non-BJP government institutions. So now, from the rational model, our political executive are very happy to bring it down to the car-based model. I don't know when will we have a change. So in the bureaucracy also, it's a Weberian type is there. You have a chain of command, purely adhere to the rules and regulations. Then the democratic institution, generally we have the flexible and adaptive model, because there are other interests are there. We have to take care of the forward, backward, most backward, SC, ST, all these segments in the community. But the Indian system is actually a mixed model. It is neither modern democratic institution nor the Weberian model. So in this condition, how will you go? That is the issue now before us. In my understanding, basically climate change is actually an interplay of three elements. One is the land, soil and the environment, nothing else. So one need not go for 8-9 missions and waste the energy, time and money of the public. Then if you are focused only on these three elements, you come down to the bottom-up approach. Unfortunately, the government have brought 73 and 74 amendments in the Constitution. In the 73 amendments, 28 subjects are supposed to be devolved upon the panchayats. In 74, 18 responsibilities or the duties of Government of India is transferred to the panchayats. Then what happened in ground reality? No department has been transferred to the panchayats. This is actually, we have cheated the common man, the taxpayer. See, taxpayer is not that the income taxpayer. everybody is, a beggar is also paying the tax, that is indirect tax. So a government of India at the political level, we are, or at the bureaucratic level also, we are cheating even a beggar on the street to run their show. That is very unfair game in a democratic institution. Actually, we have to do restructuring of the entire government system. Immediately after our independence, we had ABC class states. After 56, everything is over. Now we have only the states and union territories. No other administrative system. In the beginning of, immediately after independence, we had major issues. Immediately after a famine, immediately after a rule change from the colonial power to the democratic institution, then partition. So that time, yes, we need to have a consolidated approach to cater to all the segments, all states, all the population. Then they had all these institutions, industry, agriculture, forests, social welfare departments, all these crowded at the government of India level. Now after this 1973 and 74 amendments happened in 1992, imagine, people are not agitating, people are not protesting against, people are becoming dumb animals. We are not raising up to the occasion actually. So my suggestion is, you dismantle the development department at Government of India level, bring it down to the panchayat level. If Government of India want to have day-to-day information, want to support if there is any gaps at the government level or UT level, you have one organization, an advocacy in office for guidance or monitoring, and limit to that. A secretary, one or two joint secretaries, a small section. That will do for monitoring the process or intervening in the development measures at the state level. Panchayat level rather. Then at the state level also, you abolish all your development departments. There you have only a unit to advise the cabinet on various policy issues or to monitor the program implementation at the panchayat level. You have only the advisory unit at the secretariat level. Otherwise, bring it down to the panchayat level. Then at the panchayat level, okay, you have villages. Some villages are panchayat villages. Some panchayats, we generally have more than one village also. Then my suggestion would be, for every panchayat, now our per capita land holding is, I think, 1.8 hectare, I think so. I am not very clear now, very poor. After the land reformation, many people, they deceived, they created trust and transferred the excess land to that trust. Some people registered in even dog's name. So that way, the you all might have read it. There are a lot of landless population living in the villages. There are another reason also, because in those days, landholding community were there, then the service communities were there. The landholding communities, they manage the land. The service communities, they support the cultivation. Then other services like supplying small consumer items, seasonal items, like a cloth, like a pot, those kind of things. People don't go to the market or to the town. It will be available at the village level. But the Economy has changed, socio-economy has been changed. Now there are landowners and landless population at the village level. When the MNREGP was introduced, the landless were attracted to the MNREGP rather than the farm owners. So that way it hindered the farming production level. So my suggestion would be, okay, I will come to this. My suggestion would be, go for integrated village development. You consolidate the land, then allocate the resources according to your need. Your immediate concern is food, then vegetable, then plantation. Then you go for a captive forest in all the villages. Then a segment for the commercial crops. Once that is done, you go for a village development council. Let the development council be inclusive and participatory. So everyone will have a stake. If there is harvesting, everyone will participate. Proportionate to the need of the family, the produce will be distributed. If there is surplus produce, go for value addition. And you go for networking with other villages. Through this farmers network, you go for marketing the produces. So you can absorb in value addition, you can absorb up to graduate engineer level. Specialist, okay, different. So that way, you go for integrated village development. Water is a real concern for that. Actually, yesterday, Ms. Neil Kamal was mentioning about this micro irrigation. Use only your surface water. Don't take your subsoil water. Subsoil is water for the nature and the tree growth. Only your surface water is meant for you. So wherever it is a necessity, you go for a dam or in a subsoil dam also you can go for subsurface dam. There are there in Kerala, subsurface dam. You go for that. Then you go for cultivation. Then river management is a very essential thing. We don't realize that. Recently in Kerala, we had a disaster in Wayanad district. It's nothing but from upstream, a small rivulet. It was earlier there actually, it was not maintained. So that rivulet, because of water soaking, that slope yielded, entire debris has come over a distance. That only damaged all the buildings on the side, on the cropland also. That has taken the life of hundreds of people. Simple reason, we have not maintained that particular river. So that way you maintain the river. You don't allow any bore wells for taking water from the subsoil. That will destroy your tree growth. Then don't give free electricity. You charge them. Because it is free electricity, they run it actually continuously. 24 hours also people are allowing motor for taking water. Don't go for any free electricity. The environment actually, I suggested captive forest for every village. Then there is evacuee land also. That also we have to take care of. The government system is not actually managing. Every year we have Vanamagols, but there is no Vanam in any village area. So that also we have to take care of it. This is a way if you go, perhaps you can have resilient factors, indicators to counter your climate change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Subbiah, for very, very insightful concerns.
Any questions?
Please, we'll take the questions together because they are all going to be concerning the bureaucracy. So very important thing that he has mentioned
Thank
is
you.
about the integrated management. Give him a big applause. The integrated treatment of land and water, which is extremely important, and the administrator, there are lots of expectations from an administrator to be able to do that for reasons of containing climate change effects at the very grassroots level, at its very source. So with this, and you know, with extreme applauds to you, that the administrators of today are looking at smart cities and digitization, and you know, the moment they get into the jobs, they look for corporate connections and corporate interaction, air conditioning, and you know, the boardrooms have absolutely changed. The meeting rooms of district magistrate's office have absolutely changed. They are like corporate bodies. And in fact, I wouldn't like to name some of the administrators that I came across. They had their meeting boardrooms in the five-star hotels of their cities. They were the new metropolises coming up after the period of globalization. And now they have broadened up much more. So that is a public money, and people do not question many of these things, first because they do not know about it. In fact, I'm sure these seasoned bureaucrats know that the early bureaucracy that brought the digitization in this country were holding their main offices from the top hotel of Delhi. And that's where the rest of the people, you know, the corporate bodies were supposed to go. And then you know that the TRAI was created. And after this Telecom Regulatory Authority, you know, the scams which came up. So, you know, there's a great linkage. And much of this can be avoided if administrators look for the beginning that Mr. Subbiah has suggested. A very plain, simple statement, very easy to come up with. So thank you so much for indicating that. And now I invite Mrs. Neelkamal Darbari, and you know, to talk about her. She is a very seasoned bureaucrat, that's one point, but more than that, she is an artist at heart. She has communicated with a lot of communities from Rajasthan to Delhi and to a number of other places, which she would share when she talks to you. And she's also been a topper in the IAS, whichever year you came in. So I'm sure, you know, you'll have lots of things to share. And especially the, you know, like Mr. Subbiah has already drawn a pathway for us to take in this session. You know, some of the best practices that you were able to do, and some that you thought you could do, but you were not able to do. And for whatever reasons you were not able to do, please do share. Because we have scholars in public administration, political science, sociology, economics, and maybe a few from law. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Amita Singh, other distinguished panelists, and the audience here. Climate change. What is it that the bureaucracy, I mean, sometimes one feels that the word bureaucracy itself is a pejorative. So I like to refer to myself as a civil servant and to the civil services at large, because somewhere the baggage of red tapeism, etc., gets attached to the word bureaucracy, which may not always be true. What has happened in the last 10, 15, 20 years? The climate-induced risks have come center stage. There is a great deal of realization that the way climate is changing, the manifestations of climate change affect everyday lives of ordinary citizens as much as they do of those who may not be at the bottom of the rung. Are we as a society prepared to handle those risks that are daily unfolding before us? And is the government competent, capable, aware that certain things need to be done to mitigate the impact of climate change? So typically you see governments are complex, right? So you have the Ministry of Environment and Forest, and the name itself is now Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change. So that you have a very clear indication from policy perspective that the government has its priorities right, and there is a department which handles issues related to climate change. But if you have a union government and you have 30 odd state governments / union territory governments, and I'm not even mentioning the panchayats and the local bodies which Mr. Subaiya was talking about. The complexity increases manifold every time you percolate down to the panchayat level. Each one has their own mandate, their own elected representatives, and therefore their own priorities. Now, how is it possible for civil services of the kind that we have in the country, which is a permanent civil service, whether it is in the state government or it is in the central government, they provide the continuity. The elected representatives change every 5 years. They may get repeated with secondary point, but change is there. But the civil services provide the continuity. And do they have the wherewithal to understand things on the long-term perspective, with the long-term perspective, design policies and programs that will stand the test of change in government? Can you have such a lopsided policy or a program or a law that the next government will reverse it? Is that the kind of policy or program that you want to make or leave behind? So those are the challenges that officers in the civil services grapple with. How to provide a very well-informed structure for policy change, for legislation, for laws, and for whatever that it is required to do to handle the challenges. So each department, let's presume it's Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change. They have their own perspective. They are the ones who are signatory to so many of the international conventions, right? And they are actually very well informed about the issues that they are supposed to be handling. But it may be that oftentimes they may be at variance with other stakeholder departments, because let's say plastic waste management. Now, whose baby is plastic waste management? Is it the urban development body? Is it the local body at the municipal level? Is it the Gram Panchayat? Is it the Ministry of Chemicals and Petrochemicals? Whose baby is plastic waste management? The rules are framed by the urban development. Is it? You would say yes? No. It's the Ministry of Environment and Forest. Is that correct? The local bodies have their own rules. And how do you bring about coherence in these multiple players? Each of them has the best interest at heart. They are guided by the best interests. They are informed very well about the scientific research and methodologies involved in handling plastic waste. Are they able to handle plastic waste? We know the answer is no. I mean, we have such a menace of plastic waste. Not only, in the morning I went for a drive to the beach nearby. I mean, who's going to help these communities? If everybody is just going to litter, is the solution coming from technology, AI, or is it going to come through civic behavior? So littering is a menace. Is plastic a menace or littering a menace? And then who's responsible for that? Because all of it will feed into the climate change. You don't clear your beaches, it all goes into the sea, and then we have heard about the floating plastic waste seas across Atlantic and Pacific. And where do you think all of this is going? It's going into the life of the marine life. It's going to destroy the purity of the water that we get as rainfall, as precipitation. So what is it that it signals to us as policymakers and us as also citizens of this country, or as civil society, as conscience keepers, or as advocates of policy, or as people who are trying to push the government to take action which has a coherent voice, which is supported by common consciousness and is collaborative in nature. So that is the biggest challenge, I think, when we talk about intersectoral, interdisciplinary approach to lawmaking. I mean, this plastic waste was just an example, but whichever way you look at it, let's talk about micro irrigation. I've been talking about it since yesterday. Micro irrigation is the baby of the agriculture department. Then what is the irrigation department in a state government doing? They are promoting canal irrigation, right? They are promoting flood irrigation. They were, rather. Now, of course, there has been a change in that thought process also, and they're all working towards it. But this convergence, this coordination, that will, if they work together, that will create a policy environment which will be better for the disaster risk reduction. Because climate change is going to lead to all kinds of disasters. We have not even seen the tip of the iceberg yet. That's the kind. I'm not a scaremonger, and I'm certainly not a prophet of doom. But what I can see happening, maybe it will not happen in my lifetime or yours, but it's going to happen very soon enough. But therefore, as is often said, so while innovation is the key, thinking out of the box solutions is the key, but not a single department should be allowed to do that on their own. There has to be collaborative effort. There has to be consultative processes. And when I say consultative process, I don't mean just that the departments talk to each other, which in itself is a humongous task to get departments to talk to each other, but then also to other stakeholders like academia, like civil society, like international NGOs, and you can think of any number of others, advocacy groups, etc. So unless and until we have some kind of a meeting of minds happening, the solutions that will come forth in the form of policy or law will never be sufficient, will never be adequate, will never be correct. So therefore, this whole emphasis I always place is on consultative processes. Have I done it in practice? Because Amita ji mentioned that I talk about my own experiences. Yes. I mean, I can't think of a single policy that I tried to do without having consulted the different stakeholders. It will take time, for sure. And at times you're running against some deadline, and somebody who's your senior or superior or boss or somebody will be pushing you, jaldi karo, jaldi karo, jaldi karo. Yet you have not completed the consultative process. So you will take time, and you would want to put in that much time because you're going to be making policy which would be valid for a given time frame, say 5 years minimum. And how can you do it in 5 days or 5 weeks even? I mean, you better put time on it in the beginning, otherwise you're going to have to regret later. So yes, there have been pressures, there have been times when you've had to rush against time, there have been times when you've done a near perfect job of it, but where does it all lead to? I feel that even if you've done the best policy design, somewhere down the line the implementation is tardy. And why does that happen? Again, so you've had consultation, you've had collaboration. Have you handled capacities? So what I, as say for example, the head of the department or head of the government visualize, am I able to think that ye jayega to be handled at the local level by the panchayat secretary or by the tahsildar or by the block development officer? Now the gap in the thinking, in the vision between these layers is enormous. And there is a way to deal with it, and that is to involve the lower level functionaries from the very beginning in your thinking process, what I was talking about consultation, have them on board at some level in the consultative process, and then capacities. Create capacities. If they lack capacities, you can't say ki, I'm not going to be able to do it because my people don't have the capacity. It's jolly well your responsibility to create those capacities. How will you do it is again through collaboration. You cannot handle all the requirements of training from your training institutes which are available in the government, because again their own capacities are limited. So public-private participation is the key. Wherever you look at it, wherever you put your hand to it, Collaboration would necessarily mean also involving other experts into this game, whether it is capacity building experts or it's technology experts or it is funding, financial experts, just about anybody. They have to be brought. I remember, I have to give an example. We did this very big event. Yesterday also I mentioned about it. This was called the Global Rajasthan Agri-Tech Meet. And one of the components of this program was to have newer technologies into the agri processing field and in the food processing segment, and smaller units which will create more employment and also have more processed foods available. And we signed MOUs worth about the then equivalent of $1 billion US. And then the whole thing started with these have to get on the ground. Now when the entrepreneurs want to go to the ground and set up their factories, you will have a tehsildar who doesn't even understand what MOU is. The fellow will go and tell him, I signed an MOU with the chief minister or with the chief secretary or with the additional chief secretary. He said, "Main kya karu? What am I supposed to do about it? You have signed an MOU, you go and talk to them. Yeah, mere se to nahi sign kiya." So therefore you need to understand the level of commitment, motivation of the lower level functionaries, create capacities and address the implementation issues even at the time of policy formulation. If you overlook that, then your policy is finished from day one. And that, I cannot overemphasize the fact that that is the biggest challenge that you face, other than the overarching problem of funding. No matter what programs you do, whatever policies you design, everything requires money. Even capacity building, even training requires funding. And that can be very challenging. Of course, solutions are limited so far as funding is concerned, because state governments' budgets are almost always committed budgets, committed expenditures. So where is the scope for innovation? You may create a very innovative document, a policy framework, but if it is not going to go off the ground because of lack of funds, then what's the point? And therefore, funding. How do you ensure that you get funded for your innovative ideas that you have spent so much of time? So getting the budgetary support from the government or trying to find funds through the public-private partnership model, getting into the corporate governance, CSR fronts, corporate social responsibility funding schemes, getting the hand-holding from the corporate sector. These are some of the ways that you can find to make sure that you get the funds available, that may be available. Typically I would say in an ecosystem, funds are actually not a problem. It's only the prioritization of funding that's a problem. You may be spending money on program A, but it has really no public impact on anything. So why are we spending money on that? Why should we not be spending that money on program B, which has a greater public impact, which has a greater requirement and a felt need of the public and of the earth as a whole, in the context of climate change, I would say. So it's about availability of funds, trying to capture the slice of that pie, and then utilizing it properly. So that, I think, are some of the challenges that one can look at from a very civil services perspective, and the kind of role that we play, and how do we create this kind of convergence of these factors and create a climate resilient governance model. And I think in times to come, the younger generation of bureaucrats, and we have a young friend from the Orissa Administrative Service sitting here, with less than 10 years of experience, and she has 25, 30 years of remaining, and they will for sure be handling much more challenging situations from climate change, more than what we have handled. And the more you prepare yourselves, the more you create capacities, the more you plan, you can never falter. Invariably it falters when you have spent less time in planning and more time in creating buzz. Social media pe chale jao, akhbar mein bayan de do. Really, all that can be secondary, but primarily prepared through the processes that you have laid down, depending on the way the program is supposed to impact. So I think with that, yes, the last thing I would say is that some of the regulations that we have in place are tardy. They tire you out. They cause fatigue in the system, both from the citizen perspective as well as from the regulator perspective. So why should we have, tardy regulations? Why can't we have easier regulation which serves the purpose and creates some kind of a salutary effect through regulation rather than through punishment? So simplify the regulations, simplify the laws, and create a deterrence in the society. Let's say about littering, keep coming back to that. Why should the panchayats not be able to handle the impact of or the issue of littering? Let them impose a small fine. Let them create a deterrence in the sense, you will not park your motorcycle here or you will not park your vehicle in this parking lot if it is littered with your Uncle Chips ka packet and what have you. So there has to be some thinking, otherwise panchayats have a lot of power. It's not like they don't have the power to do it. But you walk into any rural area, and I'm not even mentioning the urban areas which are filthy enough. I'm not saying they are not, the solid waste management is a huge issue in the metropolitan cities. But I'm saying even in the rural areas where rural communities used to be able to resolve these issues, somewhere there is a policy paralysis at the level of the panchayats as well, because they are not using the powers that they have with them. So it is again a lower level bureaucracy, but regardless of the level of bureaucracy, there is a certain backup that the panchayats have from civil servants, and therefore the emphasis should be on how to handle the regulations that are available with us, the laws that we have, the penal provisions that are there in our laws, and manage things at the community level before they escalate up to the global level. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Neelkamal, for a very, very extensive and that covers all the areas. But I'll focus on two brilliant points that you made. One was about, the simple statement at the DC's office for any program, whose baby is this? The point is that she's been there in the chair, so she knows that she must have, I'm sure you must have seen that this is the problem. But today when I'm in the court, I'm made to prove as a lawyer, whose baby is it? Even for tree felling, it's not just, she mentioned in terms of plastic waste, which is going around, spreading across the city, destroying the wells, water bodies, topsoil, extremely important. See, the whole world is fed on just 6 centimeter of topsoil. The whole world is fed on that. And that topsoil, if you remove it, it can never be regenerated. In at least 20 generations from now on, it cannot be regenerated. What you lose is you lose in your future, in your food, in the soil capacity to hold on to the nutrients in the water. So plastic waste is like feeding cyanide to masses of people. And whose baby is it? Do we have to prove in the court? And I'll give you a very good example, because now that I'm a lawyer fighting these cases, even for tree felling, ordinary thing, you think it's so easy that if it's tree felling, there are regulations, there are laws, and you go to the court and the lawyers tell you, those who earn money out of law, they come and tell you, oh, it's, chutkiyon ki baat hai, court mein jayenge, and you will get it in your favor. And we'll slap penalty on the opponent. The judges sitting over there, they are good to this extent, that when you go to the court, you mention all the big cases that have been decided in the Supreme Court and the policy and the regulation. The good judges, I'm talking about the good judges, the top judges, they would say injunction granted, but that's a temporary injunction, that no further trees would be felled. But after that, what happens? That they would say that where were the trees being felled? And that's where the question is. Because that's where the question that Neelkamal just said, that, whose baby is it? Is it a municipal corporation land? Is it a forest land? It's a village panchayat land? It's a PLPA land. There are varieties of land. So which land is it? Even though the judge himself knows from day one what the land is. Interestingly, he knows it from day one. But the lawyer on the other side who earns his bread and butter through extension of the dirty cases, he would be representing the municipal corporation on the other side. And he would confuse the court because he earns out of confusion in the court. He would confuse the court. Sir, this is not a corporation land. This is a forest land. So someone is being sent to the forest officer. The forest officer, no, Prince of the Palace lost his cap. Some say this and some say that. But I say Mr. This. Who is Mr. This? It takes 1 year to find out whose land was it. If it's a good judge, again I'm coming to the good judge. Shirani, you must give a thought to this. How much good judges are needed. If it's a good judge, he would on the very second someone say, okay, forget about it. If he's saying that it's not the municipal corporation land, let's have a drone survey on that. Who would pay for the drone survey, which is 50,000 plus? Which means in Sri Lankan currency, it would be 1,50,000. Who would pay for that? No government agency. Even a deputy commissioner who's holding on to revenue of 100 crores in a city would not dispense with 50,000 from his own accounts. So who would spend? Okay. Those people who brought the case to the court. So the complainants are going to pay for the drone survey. If the complainants are very committed and have some money to spare, they'll share the money and they would pay for the drone survey. 50,000 drone survey. To have a drone survey, see, this little question has such a complicated answer. That's what law and governance is, and that's why India suffers. Solid waste management suffers, tree felling suffers, environment suffers, climate change suffers. To have a drone survey, the complainants have agreed, okay, we will, Your Majesty, Lordship, we will pay for the drone survey. Okay, then on the 6th of June, you will have the drone survey fixed. Then these people will go back and say, can we have the drone survey here? We fixed up this. The SHO permission is needed. The SHO will say, I am not going to allow you any drone survey because there are some sensitive areas around. These are sensitive areas. 5 kilometers away, there is some some Air Force station, or there is some cantonment area, or some other important post. They would say it's a sensitive area, you have to get it from the DC. So you again go to the DC. The one you have been standing against, you go to the DC for a permission for drone survey. DC will say send it to the fire department. You cry hoarse, fire department is not required for a drone survey on tree felling case. No, it has to go to the fire survey. It goes to the fire survey department. From there, it is sent to the forest officer. It's the same person you are standing again. It goes to the municipal commissioner, and then the 6th of June passes out. And then you have to go back to the court again, give us another date, because if there is no date, you can't really do that. So you go back, you get a date, and then finally you get the drone survey done. On the drone survey date, you need to have, as per the judicial guidelines, the local police ought to be there, the deputy commissioner and the patwari. Patwari is the local land commissioner. What do you call him, patwari? You know. Huh? Yeah, lowest level, he is the lowest. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, you understand that. Huh? First level revenue officer, the lowest level revenue officer, patwari. He has to be there. Now, finally you manage that also. I am not talking about how many days are passed for these poor complainants who wanted the trees not to be cut. And then the price they are paying for that. It's all a process of fatigue, as she just mentioned, that it tires you out. The regulations tire you out. Then finally, you know, the drone survey is done. You prepare each map despite the 50,000, each map that is prepared is worth 3 to 4,000 rupees. You have to prepare 5 maps for the 5 respondents that you have standing on the other side. You prepare 4 for the amicus curiae as well as the court. You submit all of them. And when you submit them, the judge doesn't know what is this all about. GIS images, what judges are not trained to look into GIS images. They need to have a GIS expert to tell them this is this installation, this is that installation. And after all this is done, the judge comes back and he calls in for the summons. He sends another set of summons. Another 6 months pass because the summons are to be sent again. The temporary injunctions are continuing, so trees are not being felled. That's the relief. But then finally, when everyone comes in and the lawyer tells that there must be estoppel imposed on this liar, who's a lawyer of the municipal commissioner. The judge said, forget it, I'm going to deal with it. You are not dealing with the case. So the complainant's lawyer is scolded against, and then the game starts. The game starts because that is a period of bargaining between the one who has to decide the case and the giver. And the lawyer of the municipal commissioner says that I never said it, but it's on the record. On the day of judgment, the judge has already given in the injunction orders. So he says that the forest department is responsible. The forest department says that he's already indicated the forest crimes of 150 trees being cut. So the judge is who is trying to support the municipal corporation, because everyone supports municipal corporation commissioner. Now the problem is that he has to somehow delay the case. 3 adjournments take place, 4 adjournments take place, and after the 3rd adjournment, the 4th adjournment cannot be given according to the new Supreme Court guidelines. When the 4th adjournment takes place over a period of 7 months, you go to the court and tell them, please stop it and impose this so and so against them. And there, from the pocket, the police SHO takes out an application for 711 CRPC, which means that the public servants are being harassed by a group of activists, the residents of a particular area. So the case stands for complete dismissal. And this is so well guarded, so well done, that you keep on fighting your case for ages and ages. Half the complainants, elderly people die, or they lose heart, they are fatigued, and the judge takes his share and gets himself transferred. And it is an open story which is going on in the trial courts in cases on environment where ponds are to be protected. Ponds are dumped with malba, solid waste, mining is taking place, and that is how cities are being constructed. Otherwise, builders will not get land. There is no land in this country. Absolutely no land in this country. Not a place to construct a single house anymore. They are being reclaimed through ocean, seas, ponds, forests. And the builders' lobby is working on it. So when she says that whose baby is it, that's the most difficult question in the field of law and governance. And bureaucracy has its own limitation. There are, administrators who wish to come forward and assist the case. They cannot do that because they are party to the other side. So it's a very difficult terrain. So I appreciate that you said it and you brought out an important fact of the confusion, the rigmarole of this very turbulent area. The citizens and the bureaucracy made to stand against each other, and corrupt lawyers fighting battles in corrupt courts. So we come to one single thing, that is corruption. ethics, lack of ethics, which is really a very important question. How we do that is definitely a long question. So now I come to the three experts who are sitting here, and I would request them to have, share your perceptions on your interaction with bureaucracy, and on your experience with as an activist, as a lawyer, and as a legal expert. And I'm sure, Shirani, I look the other side, you're not angry with me because I've been talking against the judges. But you're a big judge. I'm talking about the trial court judges. Okay, so big judges, see, I'll also share with you this. Oh, world has changed. Since the coming of the corporates, the world has changed a lot. Much of the corruption in the courts have happened because of the corporatization of our culture. But recently, an important case in Justice Nagaratna in the Supreme Court gave a dissenting judgment. A very important case, and I would like to share it because it's something to do with law and governance. There were 8 on one side and she alone, and she gave the dissenting judgment. That was concerning the Minerals and Mining Metal Corporation of India. And she said that it should not go to the states. And rest of the judges' bench, 7 bench, they said that it should be the right to what to mine and what to not and where to do it should be given to the states. She said no. See, on the governance side, it looks very good. If I take your theoretical framework, it looks very good that it should be given to the states, because decentralization should take place and the states should be in a position to mine the land that they have or not to mine the land. But from her perspective, if you read her dissenting judgment, I was fascinated by that. She said that there will be a peer group competition amongst the states who would generate more revenue. And to generate more revenue, they are going to mine as much as possible in their own land. And people today, with the lack of people's bodies, CBMs, community-based organizations getting reduced day by day, this is not going to work. This is going to dig out the whole country. It's a very important dissenting judgment. I would suggest please read it because it's about the center-state relations. It's about, how the division of, the distribution of power should take place. Thank you. So I start with Mr. Chetri, 5 minutes for your comments.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Dignitaries seated on the dais and distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. So in 5 minutes, I will just share my experience while working in the government, because nowadays the things are changing very fast in our country. And actually there is a fundamental difference between other South Asian countries and Nepal, because Nepal was never a colony. So that is why we have a mixed type of governance system even now. Although nowadays we have been influenced by, to some extent, by common law, French law, and customary law. In earlier times, our law was highly influenced by Hindu law and other customary law and traditions and directives by the then rulers. And also the working culture in Nepal is different, because we work 10 to 5 and Sunday to Friday. Only Saturday is holiday. And we use our own calendar, not this Gregorian calendar. Maybe you know it. And when we talk about bureaucracy, then in Nepal also we talk about paperless bureaucracy, people-centric, good governance, officer-oriented, and one-door system, and so on and so forth. But that is not yet materialized. And that is basically due to poor governance and due to the political influence nowadays. In earlier times when there was kingship, that time discipline was maintained. But when it was open, when we have federalism actually, then you see we have different kinds of unions and so on and so forth. And in earlier times there was a chain of command, there was discipline, there was less red tapeism, and there was law abidance. But now, when we have union, then they are influential, they are the vote bank of the politicians, and politicians obey the union leaders, and bureaucrats, they are forced to obey the politicians, which is not good. And actually, I'm not blaming only the unions and the politicians. I'm also, I think bureaucrats also are responsible for this, because the high-level secretaries, they cannot resist the influence by the politicians, by the ministers. As a matter of fact, as we all know, the bureaucrats has to do what the law says, not what minister says. But it's not happening. Not always, but most of the time it's not happening. So when I joined the government service, then that time, you see, I didn't know any minister or any high-level person, and I had no problem at all. And I didn't wanted to go anywhere, and it was not necessary at all. But afterwards, you see, in the end of my career, I saw that if you don't know the minister, if you have no power base, then you cannot get a lucrative position, you cannot get a foreign degree, or you cannot be nominated for foreign training, and so on and so forth. So I think you understand what I mean. So our bureaucratic system also is deteriorated than in the past. Whereas our bureaucrats are now highly trained, they are IT friendly, and they have exposure, and they have passed public service commission, and they are highly competent, and they are cream of the university degrees. But because of this environment, this political environment, and this system, so that is why you see, system cannot make a difference, but one individual can make difference. And we have the example of Singapore. You see, when Lee Kuan Yew was the Prime Minister of Singapore, then he changed the whole system, and he did it very brilliantly, and he's popular, so popular all over the world, although he is criticized as being the dictator. But Singapore is highly developed, their economy is very good, and their passport is highly recognized. In earlier times, when you see, when I was a young bureaucrat, a young officer, then whenever I travel to Germany or Yugoslavia or some other countries, even now some countries are there where we don't need visa, like in Hong Kong, in Singapore, Malaysia, everywhere. We need no visa. But now, you see, we need visa everywhere except Singapore. So that's pity, and I feel, and in earlier times, I feel that being a bureaucrat, I feel very honored. But now when you say you are in bureaucracy, then people think that this is a corrupt fellow. You see, that is the situation, which is not good. And people just don't care, you see, but there is no way. And when we talk about the bureaucracy and the policy, you see, the policy makers, actually, the policy is being drafted by the bureaucrats, and is being by sanctioned, is being by ratified by the parliament, but it is just opposite in our country, you see. Ministers are interested in transferring the bureaucrats because they get money from them. And the bureaucrats, they draft the policy and they pass the policy, because whatever they say is passed by the parliament, which is not good. So it's like putting the chariot before the horse, before the horse, you see. And even our bureaucrats, top level bureaucrats, they are deviated, you see. They actually don't know what is the difference between policy, what is the difference between law, what is the difference between rules, regulation, and so on and so forth. First of all, you have to draft the policy, which is the foundation stone for the law, and then you have to draft the law, and then you have to draft the regulation, and then you have to draft the guidelines and frameworks and other things, but sometimes it does work just opposite, you see. So that is the situation, and I guess to some extent the situation is very similar in the whole South Asia. Maybe India is a little bit improving, but I should say in Pakistan, in Sri Lanka, and in Bangladesh, and in Nepal, we are on the same boat, which is not a good thing. Anyway, and when we talk about climate change, I already presented my paper yesterday, and I also have a full paper. Maybe it will be published later on. So, finished? Okay. In the end, I would just like to say that one of my friends just told me that if there is dispute between the husband and wife, they also blame for climate change. Thank you very much.
So, our third paper presenter is Dr. Devjani Bhuyan. And I would request Professor Ranjan Puski to please introduce her.
Yes, sir, you are right. Even a domestic fight is also ascribed to climate change, because climate change is inducing stress, both physical stress, chemical stress, and biological stress. Yeah, so to invite the next panelist, Ms. Devjani Bhuyan, young administrator from Odisha cadre, and she will be, emphasizing on something very unique, that even many a times we take pride in housing almost 9.2% of the population in our tribal landscapes in the state. Madhya Pradesh is highest, 14.7%, and then Odisha 9.2%. And then we have an officer who is a project administrator of Integrated Tribal Development Agency under government of Odisha. So earlier she served in Mayurbhanj, now she is in Kandhamal, and the most important part is she is a researcher in climate science. Started her career from IIT Mumbai, now she is winding up her doctoral work from Utkal University. The most important part she would be dealing with, I'm sure, is about use of technology to induce climate resilience and food security issues. So food security, it's not food in totality, but very often when we discuss, she emphasizes on nutritional security, nutritional management. That's what is more important. Everybody is more cautious nowadays about how much calorie food you are eating. So it's quantity or quality, and quantity versus quality and its preference from the perspective of climate change. I think that is what would make it more meaningful deliberation. Over to you, Devjani.
Thank you, sir. Esteemed chairperson, ma'am, on the dais, esteemed dignitaries on the dais, all invitees, all faculties, students, and everyone present in the hall. As per the discussions made today, I'll be deliberating mostly on climate change and food security aspects. However, before that, as I have heard some of our esteemed dignitaries speaking about how public policy, the role of bureaucrats, especially in the field of climate change. So just little brief before coming to the main topic, that is food security. Since yesterday, I have been listening lots of talks regarding IPCC, UNFCCC, NAPCC. Just imagine, because I am working in the grassroots. These are the things made at top level. Okay, as our Kokila ma'am was saying, that there are two aspects of policy making. One is top-down approach, another is bottom-up approach. So it's time we think of the bottom-up things. So hearing the jargons, IPCC, NAPCC, carbon credits, just imagine, because I'm working with the tribal families. Just imagine a person who is going to lift fuel wood coming from the farm to home, just sitting. What would you think of IPCC? Just think of a woman, a tribal woman, who is going to fetch water 20 kilometers away from her home in a pot over her head. What would she imagine of carbon credits? It's not so easy for them. And again, as Subhaya sir was saying, discussing about policy making, that Gram Panchayat Development Plan. Now we have 17 SDGs, which are converted to 9 themes of GPDP, Gram Panchayat Development Plan, wherein out of the 9 themes, clean and green village is one theme. So villages prepare those action plans. The Sarpanch will be in the committee, there will be Sarpanch, the Panchayat executive officers, a BDO will be spearheading the thing, and then the best performing Gram Panchayat will receive some award at state level, national level. So they use that award money to make further development. So these are the themes. These themes need to be saturated by keeping, selecting projects like that will saturate the theme year after year. But initially, when there was no such 9 themes, we used to deliberate our sarpanches, ki you keep these projects. These are the projects that will help your village come clean and green, will make a sustainable livelihood for your agriculture, for your people. But who will build the cat? Then there came this 9 theme concepts, where it was mandatory for the sarpanch to keep those projects in the plan. Only then that action plan will be approved. After that, they will get funds under plans, different state and national action plans. So it was very difficult initially, but once the things were made mandatory, we could do it. But it was not easy, because these are the sarpanch, the projects will come, their people will work. So they were automatically inclined towards infrastructure projects like CC roads, guard walls, roads, which will incur most of the concrete and cement concrete based works, but that will be profitable for them. If we ask them, you go for sustainable projects, you go for solar projects, it won't be that profitable, so they won't be doing. But it was possible, because I was BDO in Udala block in Mayurbhanj district. As ma'am was saying, our Neelkamal ma'am, that we need to have rounds of discussion with that PRI members. They need to be sensitized, they need to be discussed, they should first understand that what is this concept of sustainability, clean energy, concept of clean energy, concept of green energy, how they will get benefited in the long run. So it was possible, we could make it possible, and Somoto came up with innovative ideas, because they are the persons who are working, who are dealing with the people at grassroots. Until and unless they are sensitized, we cannot make the public sensitive enough to do that. So this is the thing. So again, I'll come to our discussions made by Shirani ma'am and Kokila ma'am. Regarding the use and applications of artificial intelligence. Ma'am, I was actually greatly, I kept thinking after that. As you said, one question in ChatGPT, it requires 20 bulbs burning for so-and-so periods. I've read somewhere that artificial intelligence models like the Chat GPT 3 or now 4 has come. For creating that model, it has to be trained for weeks or months. And that takes several cars, the amount of emissions they emit throughout the lifetime, that much carbon emissions are they're emitted to the environment. If we train a model, because that takes so much energy, and once the model is trained, now we are just running it. Yeah, now energy consumption little less. But I was just thinking, how do we make a balance between these things? Like, can we just completely keep them away? We have to integrate them. So what will be the level of integration? We keep asking questions, like earlier you used to do a Google search, now we do ChatGPT search. Because answers are more comprehensive there, more systematic, they are trained that way. And so that is the thing. So technology integration in normal life, in our bureaucracy, be it in policy making or be it in research, education. So how will we go ahead with it? And how we will integrate it to the lives of daily common people? For that, I was just thinking, for climate change, to make people sensitized with this particular theme, particular concept, because if we keep making policies at higher level, and if it doesn't percolate down to the grassroots, and how will it percolate? Only when there are different levels of sensitization from grassroots, public, PRIs, different levels of tiers of public representatives, and then governments at block level, district level, state level, national and international levels. Then only we can hope that after a few years down the line, it can well go on in an integrated way. So first, as Kokila ma'am was saying, that how we can bring climate legislation at different levels. So for the common people, if we go for only awareness and sensitization, will they accept it in their daily lives? Because those concepts like carbon budgeting, or we will just go for renewable energy, like all the energy will be just changed to renewable energies. It requires a lot of cost. It can be done at policy level, but that much budgeting, is the country or are any of the nations ready for it? Because there is already a north-south divide. The developing countries, they have already done it. Now we'll be doing it. If we are shifting directly to renewable energy, how much cost will it make us the budget has to be kept for that particular thing. Are we ready for it? Is it just the government that will be doing, or it should begin with the public at grassroots level? Every choices we make, every preferences we make, every food preferences we make, every way of waste energy, waste disposal we think of, everything has to be integrated if we want to make a change at this developing country level. So now coming to the major idea, that is food security, and how we can link climate change to it. Food security, as you know, it's a emerging concept. It was a hot topic way back in 2013 when National Food Security, our Food Security Act came, and the policies thereafter. Now the food security concept has rose from just food availability, accessibility, utilization, and food system stability to the recent concept of nutrition security, where we have to have a balance between the calorie, like carbs, proteins, macronutrients, micronutrients, and how sustainably we can go ahead with that. Can we provide good amount of protein to all the people in our capacity? Like we have the midday meal programs, we have different programs for pregnant and lactating women, for small children. These are nothing but our commitment towards securing a state of nutrition security, giving iron and folic acid tablets for adolescents, routine health checkups. And now there is the millet mission was recently taken up by government of Odisha in 2017, where there is a shift of surveying the areas which are little bit water scarce, where millets can be taken up because they are very high in, low in glycemic index, good for health enthusiasts. So it's going on. Research is still on the way. So I just wanted to suggest to all the dignitaries present over here, like can we, for all the people of our state, our country, can we just go ahead with some legislation for individual responsibility, community responsibility, for mandatory carbon offsetting? Like for the individuals, can we have some form of carbon tax included? Views are personal, it has nothing to do with the government. And should there be some form of mandatory carbon tracking at individual level? Some legal obligations for recycling and waste management, because we have huge number of wastes in city areas, in municipalities, municipal corporations. Those things can be done at household level. We can take use of the digital age. We can make use of it for wide awareness of the youngsters. Like our sir, yesterday I was listening to Colonel Dr. Satpathy sir, wherein he was saying that the concept that it's hot outside or it's too cold inside. It's all in the mind. Likewise, whether the climate is changing, whether it is going to affect us, whether we are going to be affected, I think again it's all in the mind. If we can train the brain, if we can make use of some sorts of psychological concepts as well for behavioral training, maybe we can start doing the changes at a very grassroots level, at individual level, because only just again there should be equity concerns. Like we cannot disproportionately burden the low income individuals again, and so there should be some mechanism of rewards as well as penalties. Like if we go for public transport, then there should be some sort of rewards. Nowadays, so even our courts in some of the recent judgments, I was just going through the newspapers. In Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita, that new form of Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita that we are having, offenders are directed to plant this number of trees. Okay. Earlier there used to be just penalties. Now they will be told to plant 1,000 trees in public or private lands. So that is another sense of community responsibility that the judiciary is quite well implementing that. So being in government for 10 years, just for 10 years, I am too young to suggest any good policy because already our dignitaries are already there, but I am old enough to say that what are the problems and issues that we face while implementing any such new thing. Until and unless it is target based, many of the bureaucrats, they won't budge. Unless there is some target to be fulfilled, and unless there is a deadline, we will give more priority to those particular aspects where deadlines will be there. Because these are the things that are we are hard pressed on. So if climate change, if sensitization, awareness, and if it should be included in the policy, and there should be time and again rigorous training of the bureaucrats, as well as some practical policies that can be implemented at grassroots level, some sort of balance between rewards, penalties, and actionable thing. So whatever policy that should be done, it should reach to the grassroots level. Entire action plan should be, micro planning should be done so that it can be implementable. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Devjani, for very, very extensive and very, very spread out set of information and ideas that you've given. I think you've touched almost every area that is of concern at the grassroots level and especially at the tribal community level today. And we'll take up more when we come to the question answer session. And thank you very much. Now I come to the two legalists sitting here. So 5 minutes of expert comments. So first I call Kokila. No, she will be the full stop. You know the final. So Kokila, so yeah.
Thank you, Professor Singh. Thank you very much for the additional time that I was offered to discuss this. And yes, so actually we are talking about the community engagement in administrative function in your governance in a particular jurisdiction. So there are a couple of terms came to my mind. I just jot down certain things. So let me just read through the list, and you in your own perceptions just reflect on what I say and relate it to your own experiences with your government officers, public encounters with public officers in your own jurisdiction, whether it can be Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, or India, or any other country. These are the list of the terms that came to my mind. Good governance, social contract, public trust doctrine, transparency, meaningful participation, advocating, and human rights and environmental frontiers, democracy, accountability. Okay. Now be very honest and share your thoughts with the forum later on of what do you think about these concepts stand for. Now we are discussing about the government, public officers, public service with the community engagement. Now I will give you a brief framework to explore further in these areas. This is the framework. We have on one side people, on the other side civil servants, government officers, public officers. And in the middle, I would say social contract and democracy. So the democracy derived from people on the basis of the social contract giving power to the public officers. And public officers based on the social contract and democracy provide service to the people. So this should be very smooth, transparent, accountable process. Now, do we see this? That is the problem that we all the panelists discuss. There are lapses, there are challenges, there are problems. So let's identify the problems and see where we should move forward. And in terms of legal remedies in this, in response to these hiccups that we discussed in this smooth circle of providing service to the people, deriving power from the people, and all of that, the list of the terms that I use, the list of the concepts that I share, good governance, social contract, public trust doctrine, all of these. Now, what are the legal responses? What are the legal remedies available? We have directive principles of state policies as guidelines. Whenever you make policies, you need to be guided by the directive principles of state policies. Vividly list down in your own constitutions. And then second, writ applications. Any administrative officer, any executive government officer is bound by the natural justice principles, ultra vires principles, all the administrative law principles. If you violate that, you are under the responses to writ applications. Third one, FR, fundamental right applications. So these are all enshrined in our own constitutions. I was actually trying to find out the oaths that given by the public officers, and you can also check this. Just Google and see what is the oath that is given by the public officers, where any public officer is affirmed to serve public and to serve the whatever the government that they are bound to pass their duty solemnly, firmly, and to maintain integrity of the country and national interest. All of that is there. So I just went through the Indian oath and the Sri Lankan oath. So please go through and understand the responsibilities, all the public officers who are presented here. And so that's my small sketches and framework that I would like to raise before we pass on to the Justice Shirani Kirkwal. Thank you, Professor Kopila Kunasige, for your expert comments. And 5 minutes.
Justice? We are actually short of time.
Don't turn it around, okay? So, you know how to turn us around. Okay, don't turn it around. Just keep it like this. Right? You can write something that you want, or you would like paper. So write whatever they say. I'll say which box. Just leave it like that. Don't look it at it. You like it. Ready? I'll finish it in 5 minutes. 5, 6. Oh, you're a lawyer. Okay. Now don't turn. Ethical. Ethics. Don't turn it. Don't turn it around. Okay. So what we want is, from our leaders, we want leadership and foresight. We want ethical leadership. We want long-term vision, not 5-year plans and 10-year plans. Objectivity, adaptability, strategic prioritization. I have only 5 minutes. If not, I could have gone and also talk about how do we empower the people through each and every one of us. Now is the time. Right now, whenever you say something, I'm going to tell one of you to write it down. There are numbers. Oh, I don't have the numbers. Sorry. Okay, you're going to have to turn it over because I wrote the numbers. Right, now just turn it over, turn it over. Now everybody turn it over together, right? Right, now don't say anything, okay? Turn it over, sir. Turn the paper over. Right. Now there are certain, now pass the mic round to everybody. Quickly, quickly, 2 mics, walking mics, quickly. This is 5 minutes, time sensitive. Quickly, another mic here. Okay, give me one quality that you want to change in judges, in deans, in vice chancellors, in teachers, in public servants, in everything, right? One thing, this is the grievance moment. Voice one grievance you want to change the system, okay? So you start, sir. One thing. Sit down. Okay. Account. Okay. Would the one having number 1, please put it right? Accountability. What he's saying. 2. Transparency. Right the person. 3. Number 3. Right transparency. Anybody else not? Huh? Building trust. Again 1. Write it on 1. Yes. Avoiding corruption. Number 6, corruption. Please see that he writes. 6, corruption. Yes, you. Delays. 5, right? Delays in justice. Straightforwardness before power. Okay. I would put that at 6, please. 6, write that down. Yes. Yes? Right, put it on number 3, please. Yes? Empathy. Yeah, empathy, 1 minute. Empathy, put it on 4. Put it on 4, please. Empathy goes on number 4. Yes? You also empathy? Humanity can go to 4, yeah? Security and justice. Okay, put it on number 4. Okay, anything more? Anything? Timely implementation. Thank you for that. Number 5. Anything more? Integrated. Okay, we'll have to put that under 2. Put it under 2. Right? Right? Okay. Now I have to stop. So, I treat you as like, okay, right? Okay, everybody, right. Responsibility. Okay. 5. Number 5, responsibility. Okay. So now, everything that you said fell into a category of 6. Okay. If you put it and just tell us if it's there or not, right? Will you start with yours, please?
Yes.
The word, the big word.
Yeah, the big word is integrity.
Integrity. A lot of what you said, very integrity. Of judges, of bureaucrats, of everybody. Second one?
It is independence.
Independence. Some of what you said. Impartiality. Impartiality. What you said is really trust. No, that's not the kind of equality. Equality. The big word. Equality. That's what you said, right? Competence and diligence. Competence and diligence. All those things you said about liability, this and that. Did you? Propriety. Did you see that everything that you have talked about went into one of 6 boxes, right? You know what those 6 boxes are? The world got together and decided there was corruption in certain African countries. And they formulated what is called the Bangalore Principles, which is the core values not only of judges, but the core values of administration, the core values of human dignity, the core values through which you can serve and empower the people who come to justice and help them to rise up. And that is called the Bangalore Principles. And that is what I read out to you now. Thank you.
Now the hall looks quite charged up. In chemistry, we use the term from ground state electron to excited state of electron, right? So, having the expert comments and deliberations on very specific issues, which Professor Amita Singh had briefed in the early part of her deliberation in the session, and I really appreciate the time taken and time invested by all the experts over here, but something that has striken very specifically was about a comment on freebie, that is on free electricity. One of the experts was talking about and narrating the case study of free electricity, and perhaps that is also a cause of environmental degradation. And only when you work with community, you would end up knowing that people consider land rights as synonymous with water rights. And the free electricity culture is making the farmers, industrialists, to register themselves as farmers and extracting groundwater as much as they can. And this is the reality of every nook and corner of the country. I had the first experience from Tamil Nadu when, as part of the MOEF's delegation, EIA delegation, we went for one enforcement to one industry. We realized that industrialist had registered himself as a farmer, right? So that is the case everywhere. And then there were issues of topsoil, subsoil, and all that type of thing. Now, if we have to... I have a question, please. Yes. Question? Can we have that after the session, because we are running more than 1 hour late. Huh? Other experts, online experts are waiting for that, sir. So sorry. Yeah, no, I thought after the session, if you interact, you can interact at length. No, that's what I will. Yeah. Okay, fine then, yeah. Yes, please. Go ahead.
As just the point I want to understand, that is that policy implementation, we always go by these two approaches, top down model and bottom up approach. But in India, you were talking about the littering in panchayats, why the panchayats cannot do these things. Two things I want to mention. One is that the administrators cannot do what I have felt throughout my process of teaching, that because always some level of what nobody has told, political intervention is there. I mean, if a person is caught, you can see that someone from ruling party is there who has littered, so he cannot be fined and others will be fined. It is because of that, the inertia among the panchayat or among the administrators have developed. That is one point. And second, you are telling that regarding capacity building. So I want to, since if you don't take the bottom-up approach, in that case, the administrators like you, if you are in Delhi, how can you know the, if they want to mobilize the resources, what are the challenges at the ground level? So they must, if it comes from the panchayat and goes up to the process of center, in that case, people can know the capacity about the development, what capacity should be developed at what level. But the top
I got your
administrators, they do
question.
not know that.
I
that
got your
is the-
question. I understood your question. I think you directed it at me. The question, yeah. So political interference. The first thing you mentioned is that you are not able to implement the rules and regulations because of political interference. I don't entirely agree with it. You see, what happens is that if you follow the due process of law, if you say, for example, if you find that there are violators in your area, whatever your area may be, and you are following the process of law and giving them notices impartially, without any favor of or some sort of a vindictiveness, if you are treating your people with equity in that sense, and you are following the process, then very little political interference you will face. You face political interference if you target politically active people. मेरा कार्यकर्ता इसको तुमने परेशान किया. But if you're saying कि नहीं वो होगा आपका कार्यकर्ता, but he also happens to be one of the 20 others that I have caught violating rules, I think you can get away with that if you follow that process. If you are seen to be fair, if you are seen to be just, and if you are seen to be following the law in letter and spirit, you will get away with punitive action. You can get away with it. I won't say that I have not faced political interference. One faces political interference at any kind of level, but there are ways of tackling it. Invariably, I have seen when people don't want to assert themselves, they don't want to follow the law themselves, then they say, what can I do? There is so much of political interference. So that becomes an excuse also. But be fair, be just, and follow the procedure. So if you're supposed to give 3 notices to somebody before penalizing them, then give the 3 notices. Have the patience to give 3 notices. But you want to circumvent it and go backdate में 3 notice जारी कर दिया, वो सब पकड़ में आ जाता है. So I think be fair, you will appear to be just, then people will cooperate with you. That's been my experience. There's a way to work around the political interference, right? The second thing you said was about capacity building, how you are sitting in Delhi and how do you judge what kind of capacities exist and what kind of capacities don't exist and they need to be upgraded or they need to be learned from overseas or whatever. Well, I think what you need to do is build flexibility into your plan. You always invariably have some kind of an administrative overhead built into the component of a scheme. So if you're creating a scheme for, say, for example, creation of, let's say, villagers self-help groups, right? Or you're creating something like a water users community. So you will give some sort of a flexi fund to the state government or to the district administration, and they, within that component, will be able to identify what it is meant to be used for, what it can be used for, broad guidelines you can give, and leave the gap analysis to the lower level functionaries in the program, and give them the flexibility to use the funds as per the felt needs of that particular location. So that's the way all policies that I have designed build some flexibility into it, give that power of using that flexible funds to the lowest level in the community wherever the decision is to be taken, and I think they will deliver. One thing I have to say overarchingly, I have noticed, and I have done some trainings abroad, stayed abroad also. In India, we tend to look at everything from a perspective of distrust, right? Isko de denge paisa to ye misuse karega. He will not know how to handle it. So we distrust our functionaries, we distrust our, everything is built on the principle of mistrust. Contrarily, overseas you will find a lot of things are built on the basis of trust. Oh, I'm giving that flexibility to that functionary, I'm giving it to the Gram Panchayat, they will deliver. So if we start trusting our people and if we start trusting their discretion and their judgment, I think we can do it. Yeah? Thank you.
Yeah. Your response to his question reminded me of something which I always think about. Anything you start with a coordinated action with mutual trust and with participatory initiatives can lead to holistic development. I think that could be our ultimate solution, because we need to work together and we need to work together as well. So we have at the end of the session, And I extend my gratefulness and thankfulness to all the panelists over here and to the audience, dignitaries, delegates in the audience. So thank you so much for being part of this panel discussion. And now I request my colleague, Dr. Saroj, if we can go ahead with the next session since we are running short of time. Without any break, we will start the next session and people can just... Okay, yeah. Ma'am, just a moment, please. Just a moment, please. Be on the, yeah, there is something more proceedings. Yeah. Amita Singh, madam, do you please read? हाँ, दिया. And करो, announce करो. कौन ना?
May I request the student volunteer to come up with the offerings, and I request Amita Singh ma'am to felicitate Neel Kamal Darbari ma'am and Suvya Sankaran ma'am. Suvya Sankaran sir. Okay, sir, sorry for the inconvenience. And I may request Amita Singh ma'am to felicitate Devjani Bhuiya ma'am. Devjani Bhuiya. I may request Amita Singh ma'am to felicitate Dr. Suvya Sankaran sir. I may request Amita Singh ma'am to felicitate Neel Kamal Darbari ma'am with something. I may request Dr. Saroj Kumar Sahu to proceed for the next sessions.
सुनंदर नेक्स्ट टाइम पर दियो कहीं मैंने सीता रागुड़ मीटिंग में 5:30
ये सुनंदर के
सुनंदर कोडी कर तर नेक्स्ट अप
फर्स्ट Hello.
the list of that.
Yeah, that I will give.
Want to have a list.
So good afternoon, everyone. As you know that we are running behind by 1.5 hours, so we have to finish this session as soon as possible because it's already too late. So I am Saroj Kumar Sahu, So reporter for this session, technical session 7, which is going to deal with biodiversity conservation and habitat protections. So in these sessions, we have chairpersons, Dr. Muhammad Saha Hussain. He is a renowned restoration ecologist from Center for Environmental Management and Degraded Ecosystems at University of Delhi. He is an expert in ecology, restoration, and environmental management and biodiversity conservation, and he focuses restoration degradation ecosystem to challenge the resilience to climate change, and definitely his expertise for very enriching for today's discussion to deal with the conference need. Okay, so I request sir to chair this session. Thank you, sir. And we have 3 invited speakers. Dr. H.S. Das, who is a distinguished expert at Environmental Agency in Abu Dhabi, UAE, especially in the conservation, restoration, blue carbon ecosystems. His work focuses on the mangroves, seagrasses, salt marshes for climate change mitigation and adaptation. Dr. Das' expertise in blue carbon ecosystem will definitely enrich present technical sessions, and I'm thankful to Dr. Das. Yeah. So, let me introduce them. Okay. So maybe I can hand over to this session to our chairperson, Dr. Hussain, who will explain and invite the resource persons.
Good afternoon to all delegates and students, researchers, and all media persons sitting over here. I think we are running short of time. Already we have short of time of 1.5 hours almost. So there are 3 lectures, and those are all virtual invited lectures. I will just invite Professor K.A. Sunanda, Kodikara, University of Ruhana from Sri Lanka. She will be delivering lecture on blue carbon ecosystem and climate change mitigations from Sri Lankan perspective. So please just go through it, this lecture. I think it is going to be a reference country lecture, because we are talking about the climate change and we cannot demarcate in isolation. So it is a world perspective rather, something from Abu Dhabi, something from Sri Lanka, something from Thailand. All 3 lectures are from different countries.
To blue carbon.
So it is
So
again
you all
going
know
to
that
be, it is
under
again
blue
going
carbon,
to be a
we are having
transboundary
3
presentation,
ecosystems like
and it is again going
mangroves,
to be a very
salt
international,
marshes and seagrasses.
fulfilling the needs
Normally
and the
coral
requirement
reefs
of the
and
very
seaweeds
perspective of
are
the
not
International
normally
Symposium or
considered as
Conference
blue
it is.
carbon because
So,
we don't know the
I will
real
just
state of
head
carbon
over to
in
the
these
team
ecosystems.
to take
So
over this
therefore,
presentation.
basically mangroves, salt marshes and seagrasses are known as blue carbon ecosystems. So when it comes to this ecosystem, there is a high specialty. The specialty is that these ecosystems can uptake a lot of carbon and they can store carbon in their system, so without emitting to the atmosphere. So therefore you can find in the long run they can store a lot of carbon. So that is the specialty and the significant thing when it comes to this blue carbon ecosystems. So in that case, I think just to give an overview, probably there can be some scientists that who are really having a genuine interest to, conduct some of the experiments on blue carbon. So in that case, in very restricted sense, the blue carbon can be, defined as the carbon that you can find in above ground biomass. At the same time, you are having below ground biomass like fruits, and at the same time you can find carbon in soil, the soil carbon. So once we take all these different components together, we call it as blue carbon as a total carbon in the ecosystem. And when it comes to Sri Lanka, and this is at the global view, from global perspectives, you know that the mangroves, tidal salt marshes and seagrasses, they have received a lot of attention because of this carbon sequestration. This is one of the best example on my right, on your right hand side. So you can find a graph, and you can see that the carbon stocks and storage in boreal and tropical forest, right? So as compared to this boreal and tropical forest, you can find the mangroves and all these blue carbon ecosystems are having significantly high amount of carbon in their system. And more importantly, you can see in dark blue color the soil organic carbon. The soil organic carbon component is really high in these ecosystems as compared to tropical and boreal forest. And I think I have given some of the statistics just to get an idea, because when it comes to the global context, we are having more than 51 million hectares where the mangroves and mangroves are accountable for 31% out of all this coverage. And you can find that I have listed out that these different ecosystems like mangroves, salt marshes and seagrasses. So in that case, high mean carbon sequestration. So you can find in the mangroves, salt marshes and seagrasses as compared to some of the other ecosystems. So that's why these coastal ecosystems have been given some priority in case of carbon budget. So when it comes to Sri Lanka, so this is the distribution pattern of mangroves all along the Sri Lankan coastline. So we are having main 18 different mangrove ecosystems, right? So I mean, under that you can find some separated, fragmented patches as well. But generally we are having 18 different kind of ecosystems. And actually, my team is at the University of Laguna. We are working on these blue carbon assessments, especially not in mangroves, but almost all different kind of ecosystems. So in that case, I have given some of the recent research we have recently begun to assess the carbon stocks. So in that case, actually, we mainly focus on above ground carbon and below ground carbon, and the assessment is normally being done using allometric equations. And when it comes to soil carbon, we are using loss of ignition using muffled furnace method. So at the same time, we are having CHN analyzer as well. So we are just using CHN analyzer, and we are just making some standardization using LOI. And normally we are just taking all these three different components to put all these things together to make the total carbon stocks. And this is different cores. We are having different kind of cores. That, for instance, if you want to see mangrove roots, you all must have heard about these different core sizes and different core types that we can use to collect different carbon types. So in that case, we are using normally 1.8 meter, because in Sri Lankan context, the depth to the bedrock is not greater than 3 meter, right, in most of the cases. The average depth is around 2 meters. So that's why we are using 1.8 soil core, and the internal diameter is 3.4. That is more than enough to see the soil carbon stocks, especially in mangroves. And these are some of the other systems that we are using, the below ground limit carbon. For that, we are using 60 centimeter core, because I guess that you all are aware of the point that the root ball is normally aggregated at around 60 to 70 centimeters in Sri Lankan context. So therefore, our main objective is to see the below ground limit carbon. Then we are using root ball, which is having 60 centimeters. Hello?
Your slides are not showing.
Really?
And make it full screen.
I have already done it. I'm not sure that what happened to that one.
Make it full screen.
I have made the full screen. Can you see it now?
No. The button next to
Okay, let me stop sharing and let me come back it again. Okay. Now is it okay? Can you see the slides are moving?
It is not full screen.
Mm-hmm.
At least the slides are moving now. Okay, please go ahead.
Please let me know that whether I have fixed it or not now. Still same? Oh.
Sir, please continue. Sir, please continue, sir.
Okay.
Is it moving right?
Okay. Okay, right. We are using the root core because in Sri Lanka that we have done some research to see what is the average depth of roots. All these roots are normally aggregated to the depth of 60 centimeter and around. So therefore, we are using the core to the size of 60 centimeters. And we are using very common equations like once you know the above ground biomass, using density, wood density, and there is one coefficient. So using that one, you can easily calculate the above ground carbon. And you can, if someone is interested to do this kind of research, you can refer to our paper, Ture Ital 2021. So we have given all these methodologies in detail with all ins and outs. So you can just
Sir, slides are not moving.
yeah. I don't know. There should be some technical error, but still, I don't know what has happened here.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, wait. There should be a way of doing that one. Could you please give me 30 seconds?
Now we can see your slide number 11.
Slide number 11. Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Okay. Right. We are using these allometric equations to see what is the above ground biomass. Then in that case, in Sri Lanka, so we are having, because we have really conducted research on these different coastal zones like northern part, southern part, and western and eastern part. So we just assessed what is the general carbon stocks of these different coastlines. So in that case, we have seen the southern coast of Sri Lanka is having the highest amount of carbon stocks. The carbon stock in the sense that getting the total carbon like soil carbon above ground and below ground. So in that case, you can find Rakava Lagoon, the first one. It is situated on the southern coast. And the reason was this Rakava Lagoon is normally having very high pristine conditions. It is really less disturbed by humans, right? Because the managerial and conservation measures have properly been implemented on this ecosystem. So therefore, that could be the main reason why we got a very high carbon amount. And this is the highest carbon stocks recorded in Sri Lankan context. And later on, you know that you can find some of the carbon stocks like in Batiklo. Batiklo means that the eastern coast of Sri Lanka is having the lowest carbon stocks. The reason is that they are having a very less species diversity, and most of the ecosystems are normally being disturbed by a lot of human activities. So therefore, this is the range of carbon stocks in Sri Lanka, starting from 1,455 to 734. So this is the normal range you can find. So this is what I mentioned before. Actually, we were really interested to see that not only mangroves, but we wanted to see the carbon stocks of different coastal vegetative systems. Like when it comes to coastal carbon management, it is not all about mangrove carbon. So we want to see mangroves, at the same time we want to see the adjacent land use and land use classes to see that what are the other different ecosystems. In that sense, we saw bare lands, build-up areas, and we saw some of the water areas, inland vegetations, like coconut plantations and different other crop types as well. Then we want to see the carbon stocks of these different vegetative ecosystems. So in that case, we have assessed the total carbon for all these ecosystems. Then you can find the highest carbon record was for mangroves and seagrasses. It is around 978 megacarbon per hectare. So you can find in sandy areas it is below 50, the bare lands are below 100, and normally the inland vegetation they are around 200. So you can find so what is the real significance of this blue carbon ecosystem when it comes to these different ecosystems. Then later on, we were much interested to see the lateral carbon transfer, because I have not seen much paper published on this topic. Then we have started to do this research. This is one of the PhD students. He is doing the lateral carbon outwelling from Sri Lankan mangroves. In that case, we have used riverine mangrove ecosystem to see this carbon transfer. Then more interestingly, we have seen actually that we have really looked into the soil organic carbon, then dissolved organic carbon and particulate organic matter. So all these three different components were assessed to see what is the lateral carbon transfer of these ecosystems. Then in that case, actually, more interestingly, we have seen, let me show you some of the interesting results. In this case, actually, what we did was, we have conducted this research continuously for 7 months. And starting from 6 in the morning, and we have taken water samples up to the 6 in the evening, and we have analyzed all these samples for dissolved organic carbon. At the same time, we have used some trap system to get the leaves and other litter to calculate the particulate organic matter. So this is how we conducted the research. And let me show you some of the other results. This is normally the depth, the depth profile of the riverine ecosystems we use. And here that you can find the dissolved organic carbon values that we got is around 3,281 gram of carbon per year. So when we are looking at some of the other values, right, that normally obtained at global level, for instance in Sundarban, India, they have received 757, and Australia is 5,768, but so in that sense, we are at the middle. Means that we are having monsoon systems, and so everything depending on the rainfall patterns, all these exchanges are determined. So in that case, we are also, that in between these two ends. And this is the time series analysis we came up with, and now you can see that how this particular organic carbon has changed over time for these 7 months. And all these changes, the main, that you can find some, escalations and ups and downs, and it totally depends on the rainfall patterns of that particular research station. So that is the main driving that we saw in our case. And also we have really studied the tidal patterns and the dissolved organic carbon and the tide, and we saw that because in Sri Lanka we are having microtidal system. We are not having macrotidal system. The highest range that we can see is less than 1 meter. But even within that condition, you can see that how the dissolved organic carbon changes over time. And in that case, we have done some linear regression to see what are the most driving factors in our case. Then we have used temperature, salinity, conductivity, pH, and precipitations. And in that case, we have seen temperature and salinity, they have really played a significant role in deciding the dissolved organic carbon in lateral carbon transform system. So these are the teaching results I just need to share with you. So rather than that, we saw that pH and precipitation are the main drivers to give a lot of fluctuations in our pump and duct, these different variables. Then these are the things I just need to share with you. Then in Sri Lanka, now the system, now the government has established a new governing body called National Task Force, through which that they have taken a lot of new actions to conserve these blue carbon ecosystems with the intention of finding some solutions for future climate change mitigation. Yes, these are the things I just need to share with you. Thank you very much. Hello. Hello, that is from our side. Can you please confirm that? Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Would you like to have very technical questions? Okay. Okay, sir.
Okay.
Thank you so much for giving a very dynamic carbon system.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Saul.
This was Professor Nanda's presentation. I think it was very important in terms of showing different levels of the aquatic ecosystem and how they are trapping the CO2 carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. Shown that the biological diversity of the mangroves.
Hi.
They are trapping.
Do you want me to start the next talk or someone else? Any other speaker in the line, or I can go ahead with?
Yeah, I'm here, but up to them. Let them decide. I don't know.
So you can proceed with your talk. At the end of all the talks, we can discuss. Thank you, sir. Please, go ahead.
I just want to confirm, because the previous speaker had some issues related to IT. Do you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see. Make it full screen now.
It's in full screen. Is it showing full screen?
No.
What about now?
No, sir. Or you can share full screen so that you will have full display. So go to the view section. Or you can share the slide as a full screen. So it will show whole display.
Is it full screen now?
No, sir.
Hello?
No, sir. We are not able to see anything.
Screen is moving.
Just share your
No,
screen.
it's not visible. I think they are trying. It's not visible, Dr. Das.
Otherwise, sir, you can share your slides. We can display from here. What is it? Already you have? Okay. Sir, otherwise you can just share your full screen.
Should I try to share? It shares the full screen, right? I'm just trying. So,
No, it doesn't. It shows.
does that show full screen?
No, it is showing now full screen.
Okay, otherwise we can go ahead with Dr. Sweta Sinha.
Yes.
I think
Okay.
her slides are full is
I
visible.
stop and you continue.
So ma'am, you can go ahead, ma'am, please.
As you wish.
I can, up to you. I can just stop. You can see if you can try now.
Let her finish, otherwise.
I think there was some technical problem with Dr. Das from Abu Dhabi. So we are going to have a session by Sweta Sinha from Thailand, that is on food security under climate change in ASEAN countries. So please go ahead.
Ma'am, please go ahead with your presentation. Sweta ma'am.
Is it showing?
Am I audible, ma'am?
No.
My screen is not at all seen, or it is.
No, not at all visible. Not at all visible.
Because right now we are able to Dr. Sweta's slides properly.
I think they'll have to. Someone else is sharing, so I cannot share it. It is showing it is sharing. It doesn't enable me to press the button. Ma'am,
hello.
Without further delay, for the benefit
Dr.
of
Das?
all of us, including the delegates, it's better that you start, and I will just go out of the link and again join.
Dr.
So
Das?
please continue, ma'am.
Dr. Das?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Das.
Hello.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Das?
Dr. Das?
I think he has left and will join back again. So maybe I can continue if the screen is fully visible?
What to do, sir?
What to do, sir?
He
I
said
think
that he,
Sweta-
I think
Raj
Sweta,
said, yeah, that's what he said, that I can continue.
Yes, Sweta ma'am, please you go ahead with your presentation.
you go ahead.
So is the full screen visible now and audible?
Yes, your slides are visible.
Can I start?
Yes,
Is it audible
please
and
go ahead.
visible, full screen? Okay, so
Screen is audible.
okay, thank you everyone. Very good evening, everyone. This is Dr. Shweta from Thammasat University, Bangkok in Thailand. And I work in the area of environmental technology and sustainable development interdisciplinary areas. Um, so let me talk, and thanks to Berhampur University for the kind invitation. So let me talk about food security issues in ASEAN and with the um, particular impact and responses with respect to Thailand. Climate change, as we all talk about, is posing different kind of threats to food security in the ASEAN region, with particular impact to Thailand, specifically due to its reliance on climate-sensitive agriculture sector, rising temperature, shifting rainfall patterns, and the extreme weather events that have disrupted yields, livestock productivity, and fisheries over the period of time. And these disruptions exacerbate food insecurity, affecting all the aspects of availability, accessibility, affordability of food, and especially to the vulnerable populations. So if we talk about different member states in ASEAN, they are at different stages looking at adapting policies to strengthen food security and build resilience against climate change. Thailand has come up with agricultural development plans, 20-year program, and a national adaptation plans that are emphasizing on sustainable agricultural practices, climate smart technologies, and enhancing particularly the water management systems. Apart from this, so let me just go ahead with talking a little bit about the background, global ASEAN aspect with Thailand, talking about the current status, some trends, post-pandemic, challenges with respect to Thailand, some initiatives, policy interventions, and conclusion. So we see that already the global food crisis report talks about 282 million people across 59 countries facing severe levels of acute hunger. And other issues, especially the global wheat ending stock declining, and how it has been impacting the international fertilizers prices falling by 50% from their peak in April 2022. FAO talks about 1% of increase in food prices pushing an additional 10 million people into extreme poverty. And also the domestic food price inflation remaining high in low and middle income countries. So if you look at these 59 food crisis countries, weather extremes impacting 18 countries with about 71.9 million people facing high acute food insecurity. When we talk about the agri-food systems, it comprises the entire range of actors and the interlinking activities that add value in the agricultural production. So if we look at this, the health systems, energy systems, climate systems, the ecology, biodiversity, not only the agricultural, the labor market, employment, resource utilization, and the food markets with this consumption, nutrition, health patterns, all getting impacted. Also activities that add value to the agriculture production, related off-farm activities such as food storage, post-harvesting handling, transportation, processing, marketing, disposal, consumption, many more associated to it. So when we look at ASEAN member countries, particularly these are the five highlights in terms of ASEAN, decline in agricultural productivity as a result of climate related issues, fisheries and aquaculture impact, infrastructure vulnerability, specifically with the continuous droughts, floods and other natural disasters taking place in the ASEAN countries, water resource challenges, and of course, all leading to the other economic and social impacts. So talking about all the multiple direct and indirect SDGs we talk about with respect to food security, most commonly responsible consumption, zero hunger. But there are studies now we are working on which are looking into affordable and clean energy, how SDG 7 is contributing towards increased agricultural productivity, improving post-harvest storage, expanding food transportation and distribution, access to clean and efficient cooking, and so on and so forth. We have seen over the past crisis, conflicts, all bringing some kind of impact, how these crises leading to trade restrictions and self-protectionism within different economies in the ASEAN region. Not only ASEAN, of course, globally, but leading to economic slowdown, disrupting the supply chain, social protection, increasing inequalities, and how they have been impacting the food prices, changing demand and production, and also creating some kind of shifting patterns in terms of food and also the environment. Overall, contributing towards food security with all the parameters which we talk about under the food security, whether we talk about stability in terms of supply chain disruptions, agencies which can be loss of jobs, affiliation, or other sustainability related issues. Cascading risks, much talked about in terms of poly crisis, where multiple interconnected crises that impact various dimensions, including food, energy, economy, and environment. We have evident cases where we see how the Russia-Ukraine war has impacted the overall vulnerability, shifting towards self-reliance. Many countries, including Thailand, are adopting protectionist policies and focusing on self-reliance by enhancing the domestic production. Dependency in agricultural imports is high, although the self-sufficiency ratio is comparatively good, but the dependency on agricultural imports still remains high. Also with the risk of economic stagflation, when we look at how the economic growth slows while still the inflation remains high. And different kinds of policy implications that is needed for addressing these issues. So the major drivers for undernourishment have already been highlighted from a lot of studies, also from FAO and other affected by conflict, climate extremes, economic downturns. But when we talk about Thailand, Thailand is ranked 13 amongst the world food exporters, accounting to 2.3% of the food market. But the Global Climate Risk Index ranks it 9th out of 180 countries. Current irrigation system covering 26% of the country, and there are studies indicating rising temperature, declining the overall, it's expected to decline the overall rice production by 10% in the coming years, and would be 3 times higher for the non-irrigated zones. Also the regular every year continuous floods and droughts. Recent floods inundated around 8.6 million rise of land, and the overall losses, even the crop losses, contributing to a total of 46.5 billion Thai baht. Apart from being the sixth rice producers, it also depends a lot of urea imports of major crop producing countries, Thailand, you can see that Thailand is ranked ninth among countries in the Asia Pacific group and 15th among the countries in medium income levels. Favorable food security, but there is surge in fertilizer prices, primarily because of the energy prices and export restrictions implemented by major countries, China, Russia, energy prices and oil and natural gases all influencing the fertilizer production cost. So across these four pillars, the country is performing reasonably well in terms of affordability, but lagging behind in terms of quality safety. Post-pandemic, the situation is worsened in rising food costs, lack of nutritional knowledge, poor dietary habits, food waste, food loss. These are important challenges for Thailand. Low pay and personal debt is a big problem in Thailand, with limitations on government support only through those who register as the vulnerable. There is pressing need to enhance food safety and quality by developing policies related to dietary guidelines and nutritional standards. So, looking at the rice export scenario during COVID, I just skip this, but we could see the kind of challenges because during COVID, major rice exporting countries, India, Vietnam, Cambodia, were of course concerned with their supplies and imposed restrictions on rice export between March and May and how this impacted the Thailand market. The key challenges which we see here is the quality, safety, and the sustainability and adaptation. If we look at the key indicators, challenging agricultural research and development, food security, access policy commitments, dietary diversion, nutritional standards, micronutrient availability. So a lot of data collection is currently being done through this and studies also in terms of perception because the perception of food security is very different in case of different countries. So that is also something interesting which is being done right now. The other important issues in terms of prevalence of undernourishment, around also the severe wasting, 7.7%, around stunting, 12%, so anemia in pregnant women, adult overweight and obesity and other issues are also being highlighted as a major concern. So moving to the existing initiatives, there are a lot of projects that are being brought forward. One is the OTOP, which is the One Thumb on One project, which talks about promoting single products in a province. Then Thailand 4.0 BCG model. So as a part of this, there are other policies that are coming forward. And there is an interesting case of rising of food banks to tackle hunger in case of Thailand. There are many such initiatives that are coming forward. When we talk about the creation of food banks, a lot of debate and more detailed studies in terms of this concept. Because exporting, it's considered as, this idea is being exported to other developing economies as a failed system. But others are unconvinced that this is the right approach, and they describe the spread of food bank as the best exporting a bad model which has failed to tackle maybe the root cause of both overproduction and food poverty in different parts. So that is also something which is being looked at. The other initiatives is looking at transitioning to sustainable alternative crops. So this is another study that we did in case of Thailand. there is a province called Chiang Rai in the north, and it covers about 15,000 hectares. The Oitum Development Project is like a flagship initiative of Mayor Falun Foundation under the royal patronage in Thailand, and has been fostering sustainable development practices for the last 3 decades. And so this interesting idea was looking at how the women can be empowered by contributing towards or diverting towards alternative crop practices. And so that one interesting case is also the tobacco leaf production in case of Thailand. And it's the second largest tobacco leaf producer in ASEAN, where the income per hectare for tobacco is lower than even the garlic and eggplant. But high working hours per hectare per year as compared to other products, significant health risks, and 22% of tobacco farmers in Nan province have suffering from green tobacco sickness and other things. And they are produced almost in 20 provinces in the north and northeast Thailand. So the efforts are again being made to transition to producing other commodities, like the case of coffee in the Oitum Development Project. So there are many more projects going on. There is another project which is on the same Oitum Development Project, community waste management, that is also winding up in terms of how the communities have worked towards zero waste to landfill and bringing some kind of impact at the community level. So apart from this, technology adoption across the agricultural value chain to contribute to food security, multiple technologies we talk about in terms of adapting at the throughout the agricultural value chain. But there is a very long gap between this. So we try to identify different types of technologies and at what agricultural value chain would that best fit. So there are studies being done in terms of looking at what technologies are being used by what part of the value chain. The other interesting thing talking about is the opportunity for service providers in terms of applying right technology at the right time. So based on the crop calendar, if we talk about the agriculture systems, what kind of technology can be useful in the pre-season, during season, post-season? What kind of opportunity do we have for service providers in terms of what period of the crop calendar? What are the farmers' requirements? What is the industry requirements? What kind of digital technology solutions play an important role at different stages of the crop cycle? And so these are some interesting things which are being talked about also in terms of building capacities at the village level and the community level with regard to some kind of funding from the government. So apart from this, existing policies, interventions, Thailand priorities in terms of 3S farming, where we talk about safety, security and sustainability, BCG model to promote sustainable, eco-friendly agriculture products. But we all know, I mean, policies and the implementation at the ground level is still very challenging and a lot of gaps still existing in these areas. Other initiatives have come forward in terms of the MESI has launched the University of Tambun, where new graduates are helping to develop at least different sub-districts across the country where they promote job opportunities and activities also aimed at reflecting perspectives and developing approaches for the community level with reference to agricultural aspects contributing towards food security. So there are some good examples like High Union looking at low carbon shrimp feed. So currently 1% of soy and 77% of palm oil is certified in the region. So this is again one interesting area where High Union is working. But again there are challenges in terms of supply chain traceability and engaging multiple stakeholders. and also certified suppliers in the market. So they are collaborating with different organizations to produce shrimp feed using deforestation, free soil, reducing carbon footprint, and other things. So there are other studies going on which are collecting information in terms of perception, understanding the perspective of food security at a district level. Looking at how the overall understanding of food security situation is there in the community. This is still ongoing. One very interesting thing that is being talked about, I think, now is access to financial needs. The current architecture of food security and nutrition financing is quite biased at this point of time. You can see a lot of undernourishment, investments and financing in this area. The idea is to move towards financing food security and nutrition for ending hunger and food security, looking at food consumption aspects in terms of food security and also health status, extending it to further areas in terms of what are the other issues that can also contribute to food security and bringing finance towards these areas. I mean, the major thing, we always talk about this, but countries most in need of scaling up financing are the ones facing the problems of having access to finance. That is something which every country, specifically smaller economies in ASEAN, is facing. And I think with this, I'll just move on to the conclusion. Where we talk about examining climate change impacts on agricultural productivity, evaluating the existing food security policies, and exploring innovative approaches to address food security, development of food security agency and also strategy. Moreover, in terms of Thailand, we need to look at developing nationwide nutritional standard and dietary guidelines to improve quality and safety of food. Also, volatility in terms of agricultural production. This is creating environment of insecurity for both producers and consumers. And by highlighting successful interventions and areas of improvement, it contributes to the dialogue of sustainable food security in Thailand and beyond. So I think I'll stop here. You can always reach out to me and I'll be very happy to discuss further and look at more areas of interaction and collaboration with reference to Thailand and ASEAN countries. Thank you so much. I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Sweta, for a nice and insightful talk which deal with the food security in the country like Thailand. Sir.
Dr. Shweta has given regarding the crisis of the food security due to climate change. She mainly emphasized on the effect of the climate change in Asian countries through decline in agricultural products, agri-products and fisheries. What are the social challenges and economy and social impacts it is going to affect in a very well. Then because the food security is always, covered by the SDGs 2 and this 2. But
do you want me to share or?
Dr. Das?
Yeah.
Okay, let him start. Otherwise, let him complete. Dr. Das, can you display your slides?
Do you see that on the screen?
Yes, we can see it. Just make it full screen.
Can someone confirm if
Right
it
now
is
you are
on
in
the screen?
fourth slide. Go to the first slide. Right now we can see the fourth slide. Yes, now first slide is on.
It's visible.
Now it is full screen.
No, not yet. But I think you can go ahead. It's visible. It's not full screen.
And what about, I can change the slides? I'm
Can you
changing
move?
now. Yeah, I'm moving.
No, it's not moving. It's on the first.
Okay. That means
Yeah,
I'll
it's
go.
moving. It's slow, but it's moving. Yeah, you're on slide 2.
Okay. Now I'll go ahead with this, format and finish
Yes,
that.
slides are moving. You can go ahead.
Trying to look at the technical issues.
Full screen has some problem with full screen.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, delegates and organization committee, members of the conference and session chair, fellow speakers. This is a pleasure and honor to me to be with you all. I apologize for not being present physically at the conference. My name is Himanshu Das, and I have been working with Environment Agency Abu Dhabi and involved in local, regional, and international conservation programs on coastal and marine ecosystems, their conservation, and currently most of these restoration projects, whether it is mangrove corals or seagrasses, all these things I am supervising in this region. Prior to this, I was with Ministry of Environment Forest, Government of India in Coimbatore and worked in Andamans. But then I moved to different organizations now in Environment Agency Abu Dhabi. Can you see the second slide? Is the second slide visible?
No, not yet.
What about now? No, it is not.
No, it's not.
Hello? Can you check whether there are two screens open?
Is it possible that someone can present from that end?
Go to the slide 5. There is a at the bottom right, there is a cup-like structure that is a full mode screen. Dr. Himanshu, we'll open the slide from here. Yeah, now it's full screen. No. Screen sharing, full screen sharing. Hello, Dr. Das. Hello. Yes, it is kind.
Second slide, please.
Yeah, sir. Yes. Go ahead,
Okay.
you can.
Though the term blue carbon is new, it's a new terminology. I see that, and it is in coastal and marine ecology always as climate science. It is not very, it's not a strange thing to students. To recap the concept, blue carbon ecosystem, including mangrove, seagrass, and tidal masses, are some of the most carbon-rich ecosystems on Earth and are vital to mitigating the impacts of climate change. This presentation is mainly for climate change related to blue carbon. They are also critical for coastal biodiversity, food security, livelihood, and human well-being. Um, uh, is the slide seen, or there is something else I see in the screen? I have taken I have taken a PDF, this one, so that I'll be more comfortable presenting. And it is a small presentation, so it's not going to affect any, this one. Can give me the permission to share my PDF file? Let me see if I can do that.
It's okay. You can go ahead. If you have any problem, then we'll go.
Okay, so that is, can we go to the slide number 3, please?
Yes.
Okay, here we'll have the, all three habitats, mangrove, seagrass, and salt marshes. All three habitats available in the state of Odisha. I don't know how much blue carbon study has been going on there, but mangrove, seagrasses, and salt marshes are some of the most well-known examples of diverse blue carbon habitats. And the dense coastal woods known as mangroves are made up of salt tolerant one, 140,000 square kilometer over 100 countries, whereas seagrasses, that's high, means its cover is 300,000 square kilometer of area in 159 countries. Same number of species, almost 50, 60 species. Salt marshes have more species, but their distribution is tropical, temperate, and Arctic. So looking at this, these are all coastal ecosystems, and why they are so important, that we'll know in the next slide. They are at risk, but still they are the most important ones for mitigating climate impact. Next slide, please. Mangroves, if you see the blue carbon habitats, what kind of ecosystem, supports that they provide numerous, they are the main ecosystem for climate regulation. Besides that, they provide food security, tourism, fisheries, fish nurseries, biodiversity such as marine mammal, dugong to green sea turtles, and lots of other species like marine invertebrates which are not even identified till today. Coastal protection and pollution reduction is another ecosystem services these blue carbon habitats provide. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. This is the summary of all blue carbon things, how carbon dioxide is sequestered through photosynthesis and stored in sediments. This is the main difference between terrestrial plants and coastal plants. Coastal communities have that, these are not only within the above ground biomass, but under the sediment the carbons are stored. This slide shows also its threat and protection and restoration measures that is required to conserve and protect blue carbon ecosystems. Next slide, please. In the coastal and marine ecosystem, mangrove, seagrasses, and salt marshes, carbon is deposited in the form of blue carbon. Why it is called blue carbon? Because it is coastal and marine, blue water, sea water. That is how it is called blue carbon. A significant amount of carbon dioxide are taken off. That means atmospheric carbon is sequestered through photosynthesis, and it gets stored in the sediment year after year. The previous presentation that you saw told you about total carbon in Sri Lanka. I actually asked a question, but it was not, there was no time for that. Total carbon in these ecosystems are not that important. Rate of carbon sequestration is very important, because now you can compare how many years these carbons took to be stored in the sediment is not important. Per year, per hectare, how much carbon is sequestered or what kind of carbon is assimilated and stored in sediment is important, because you can do a proper carbon credit out of it. how much carbon is produced from oil sector, automobiles, air conditioners, energy sectors and all these things, and how much these nature-based solutions are contributing to or providing, absorbing. Then the rest has to be absorbed by other or other policymakers have to develop things which will mitigate the impact of climate change. So for a proper statistics, we need to have rate of carbon sequestration. And in this, if you see, tropical forest, almost nothing, temperate boreal forest and all these things. But when you come to wetlands, salt marshes, mangroves and seagrasses, your rate of carbon sequestration is very high. That's why it is very important to protect and restore these habitats. Next slide, please. Blue carbon ecosystems mitigate climate in the sense they reduce greenhouse gas levels, they serve as natural barriers and that preserve coastline against erosion. They protect against coastal erosion as well as sea level rise, maintain biodiversity. They increase resilience by assessing coastal populations. Also, they support and contribute to food security and economies, job creation and all these things. In this slide, if you see, the when you go to tropical forest, you find in the living plant biomass, that is above ground biomass, more carbon stored but sediment less. In this, in mangrove, salt marshes and seagrasses, most of the carbons are stored in the sediment. That means these plants have unlimited, to a certain extent though, unlimited capability to absorb and store carbons in the sediment. So these are practically beneficial for carbon sequestration and mitigating climate impact compared to tropical forest. Next slide, please. Looking at the threats, these are mostly most of these ecosystems are impacted by coastal development, grazing, landfilling, urbanization, mainly the loss and degradation of these ecosystems. If ecosystems are degraded, its quality or rate of carbon sequestration will go down. If they are lost, then what happens, the sediment is drazed and the carbon sink becomes carbon source. That's why if there is a drazing in mangroves or coastal ecosystem, you will get the sulfur and methane smell very much, and that is because of the carbon sink has become carbon source, and that should be avoided. Deterioration of marine water quality. Most of the people, the public participation and all these things you will see in mostly terrestrial conservation programs and beach cleanup and other issues. But when it comes to blue carbon ecosystem or coastal ecosystem studies, public participation is very low. That is one problem, and lack of regional collaboration and capacity building, skill development in students, researchers for blue carbon study is not there. So it is now currently agencies are involved, NGOs are involved in skill development in Africa and Asia. And we can discuss about this in a later stage if you start any new project in your state. Next slide, please. Coming back to the efforts that is towards protecting blue carbon ecosystem, research and monitoring is one. Classifying blue carbon ecosystem as a critical habitat is very important. It has to come under legal framework. Education, awareness and outreach activities. Declaring areas with such importance or importance for wildlife should be protected. Conservation restoration plans should be there. Besides that, policy, laws and regulations very important for this, conserving these ecosystems. Next one, please. This is mostly, means I would suggest this slide for, encourage students to take up research career in blue carbon ecosystems. Mapping and characterization should be the first step. You must know where your blue carbon ecosystems are there, what is the extent and how to map it. Using technology like remote sensing, drone and LiDAR for mapping and characterization will be ideal. Research and monitoring should continue after that. In the beginning, we should identify threatening processes and what should be the response to protect these ecosystems. Developing and implementing conservation and management plan will be an ideal step to protect these ecosystems. And to actually conserve and protect, you need support from leadership and governance. That should include policy, regulation, and law for conservation. Besides that, all these habitats, if lost and degraded, obviously in coastal ecosystems are always under threat. So there should be criteria, guidelines, mostly scientific guidelines, monitoring protocol for restoration. So restoring these habitats will be reversing the impact that we do, or climate change impacts on these ecosystems. Next slide, please. And now coming to international policy framework for blue carbon ecosystem, you have United Nations framework for Convention climate change, Convention for biological diversity, SDG goals, goal number 14, I think, life underwater, then Ramsar Convention. These are some of the conventions which are addressing or targeting to identify, assess these goals, reduce pressure, build national capacity. That is very important because these are some new concept in science and conservation. So building national capacity and skill development is very important. At the end, we must measure our success, report and account to see that how good we are doing in conserving these ecosystems. Next slide, please. Now there are several breakthroughs and mangrove breakthrough, seagrass breakthrough, UN Decade for Ecosystem Restoration. These are some of the agencies, UNEP, UNESCO, all are involved in the IUCN. These are involved in developing these restoration breakthroughs. In this, mostly they are organizing finance and collecting, grants and all these things for developing programs for restoration of these habitats. So any loss to seagrass, mangroves, or salt marshes will be mitigated by restoration, and that is why most of these organizations are either encouraging with technical capability or financial aid. So these are some very important ones one must remember. At the end, I would say, next slide please, that mangrove, seagrass and tidal marshes are not just coastal ecosystem, they are essential allies to fight against climate change. Next slide, please. So their ability to sequester and store carbon, support biodiversity, enhance resilience and provide livelihood. That is underscoring actually the importance of nature-based solution. As we navigate the challenge of changing climate, investing in blue carbon is not just an environmental imperative, but a commitment to safeguard our planet. And I hope with this I will end my presentation, but I hope that the departments responsible for research in this coastal ecosystems biodiversity must take up it as a priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Das, for giving a very enlightening talk on benefiting of blue carbon ecosystem and the different agencies. Agencies that are being working towards blue carbon ecosystems. So I think this floor is now open for discussion. Sir, over to you.
I think we found two presentations of a similar kind of a thing from Thailand, Dr. Sunanda, and one from this Abu Dhabi. Both have, given the very importance of mangrove ecosystem and this blue-green carbon, how they are important to just mitigate the carbon climate change in terms of sequestering the carbon at different levels of, the biodiversity. And the policies are there, and the frameworks are there for them. It is to implement the policies in a very effective way rather, and they have quantified the sequester rate of different layers of the marine ecosystem or the blue coastal ecosystem or the blue carbon ecosystem over there. So we can go for a query session. If somebody, if they are online, so it can be put on them.
Any questions from audience?
He's, I think, you, Mike.
Thank you very much, Dr. Das. It's good to see you online, at least if not in person. Thanks for your presentation. I don't know whether, can you hear us?
I can faintly hear you. I think there is one difficult to, someone has to brief me what the question is.
No, then he can't hear. Is there another?
I think that is, you can sit there. Or you can use the mobile.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I was saying, Dr. Dash, this is Tej Munkur here. It's very good to see you online, even if you're not in person at this meeting. Thank you very much for your presentation. And I was interested to understand the point you mentioned that mangroves and seagrasses are an important source of carbon storage in the typical sense of blue carbon in the global understanding. Besides that, there are many other intertidal habitats that could be storing carbon, particularly intertidal mudflats, open mudflats, and I am curious to understand how you rank that in terms of its importance for conservation of carbon. Also because while mangroves could be harvested and therefore the carbon storage capacity is being lost, if mudflats are being maintained as open mudflats, then their carbon storage potential is much higher perhaps. So I'd be happy for clarification on this. Thank you.
If I understood correctly, you were asking about the carbon sequestration by these ecosystems, like for mangroves, for seagrasses, for intertidal salt marshes, or intertidal plants, or even those algal mats and all these. The rate of carbon sequestration is high. It is because they do not keep all the carbon in their above ground body mass. That means within their body. Why tropical ecosystem or tropical plants, when they absorb carbon, there is a limit to this. They can, it is like a human being having food, and after some time it is full. It cannot further take anything. But if there is an opportunity that it can eat and pump it out to the sediment, so there will be a extended period of photosynthesis that these plants can do, which tropical plants don't do. So most of the carbon sequestered by these coastal communities, they go and get stored in the sediment. So their body is always hungry to take more and more carbon. But then there is also some limitation depending on other environmental and biotic and abiotic factors. But these ecosystems, mostly coastal ones, what you mentioned, salt marshes, intertidal marshes, seagrass, and mangroves, have got not indefinite power, but like more capability to absorb atmospheric carbon. That is why these ecosystems are important. There is no question of harvesting. If you harvest then or drain these areas, then carbon sink will be carbon source. So it has to be protected, like 90 to 100% of these extend to be protected. That should be the baseline. Also, the lost and degraded areas should be planted with mangrove, seagrasses, and salt marshes to increase the area of coverage. So that is how climate change, nature-based solution we can handle. It is not everything. It is like this coastal ecosystem cannot solve all climate problems. You have to deal with automobile, electric car, solar energy, lots of other things are there. But for us, this is most important, and these are nature-based solutions for climate impact mitigation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Das. Any other questions from the participant? I think no more questions, sir.
Thank you very much.
So can we ask Dr. Sunanda regarding this? Some questions he will ask here.
Yes. Any other questions for other our resource persons like Dr. Sunanda and Dr. Sweta? She's not present. Oh, Sweta ma'am is already left the meeting.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. So, okay, thank you so much. So we have short talk from our other participants. So, sir, if you wish, you can stay. Otherwise, you can leave the meeting, if you wish. Huh? Already left. Okay. Thank you. So you can close that meeting, online meeting. So next talk will be.
We have presentations now?
Yes, presentations.
So how many presentations are? Just tell me.
10 presentations, sir.
10 presentations all are present?
You have to check.
No, you have to tell me. You have to tell me then only. You tell me, then only we have to allocate time.
Ambika Prasad Pani? Present here? No. Braja Sundar Pani? Yeah. You can come. Just 5 minutes is given. Yeah, just 5 minutes only because we are running short of time. So just make it more crispy. Okay.
Respected Chief, Dr. Mohammad Sahu Hussain, Rapporteur, respected Dr. Suraj Kumar Sahu. I am Braja Sundar Pani, PhD Research Scholars, PG Department of Economics, Berhampur University. My topic of presentation is social security and marginal livelihood. Livelihoods, a study of Odisha Bonda Didai communities. As you know, globally there are 370 million of indigenous people, and in India we call it as a scheduled tribes, and of which 70% belong to the live in Asian country, and 50% are poor. So tribal people have been deprived of their lands, territory and resources, and frequently no longer control how they live. And another study by Jha et al., the tribal peoples globally are the most vulnerable due to the relative poverty and dependency on agriculture and natural support systems. The study made by Khosla, Jena and Dil Bahadur, they study in KBK districts, particularly tribal belt, and they said that they found that geographical barriers and the changing the climate and sale of assets cause the tribal people to vulnerable to poverty. Therefore, study in the climate change perspective is persistence. So in these connections, the study, basically the objective of the study, explore the social security and livelihood challenges of this Odisha Bonda Didai communities. So these are the review of the literature related to tribal vulnerability. Due to the due to the lack of time, I will skip. But you see, the tribal people, if you look at the macro picture of tribal people land holding size in Odisha, it is a 40% of tribal people occupied. And most of the area are the mining area and natural resources. And constitutionally, they are coming from the peace schedule area. But the micro level, the Marchang study in 2008 found that the tribal people cultivated on agriculture, they are basically come from the small and marginal land holding size. So look at the picture on India and scheduled tribes, particularly tribals in India, what the government of India statistics say. So census 2011 talk, the work participation rate is less than 50%, literacy rate is very low, 52.24%, unemployment rate is high as compared to the other social group, and using the Tendulkar methodology of poverty, see the rural-urban poverty among the tribal is very high comparative to other social groups. So coming to the Odisha has in India there is a 705 type of tribes, but in Odisha it is a 64 type of scheduled tribes. Earlier it is a 62, but now this 2024, as per the Constitution 342, another PPTG tribals are added into the total as 64 tribes, and among the tribals there is a vulnerable class, we call it is a particular vulnerable tribal groups, and that in Odisha there is a 30 type of PPTG tribals. So there are the total population of PPTG. So what is PPTG? PPTG among the tribal are a vulnerable group, we call PPTG, but there is a definition of PPTG. For PPTG, we call three important things. One is pre-level of pre-agricultural technology, stagnant and declined population. Another one is subsistence level of economy, also decline of poor literacy rate. So these four things holding the PPTG groups. So in Odisha there are 32 types, and the population is all over India 28 lakhs, and in Odisha particularly 4.79% of out of Indian context. Now PPTG, what is their livelihood? Primarily they are living in residential, isolated, remote and challenging area, and their habitat is very scattered habitats, and their main occupation, I will skip when Niti Aayog study the beauty and product, and the study of this study basically the Banda and Didai communities are for Malkangiri districts, and the occupation is mainly forest produce, shifting cultivation, agriculture, hunting, fishing and animal husbandry, daily wage and migrant work. So the methods of data is, this survey is basically focuses to the particular tribal groups of Malkangiri district, because one of our secondary study on this subject of all over Odisha, so we got the result that the Malkangiri is the most backward district out of 30 districts of Odisha. So we take in Malkangiri district, and in Malkangiri there is a 24 types of tribals, and among the tribals there is a vulnerable group in Malkangiri is Bonda and Didai. Therefore we take the Bonda and Didai as a particular tribal groups in our primary survey data, and the Malkangiri district has occupied 4,272 households. So the multi-stage sampling method is adopted, and 400 sample size were collected. Basically the survey area of the Malkangiri district is Khairapur and Korkonda blocks. So these are the results. These are the results of the social security. What are the social security they are received? I will not, due to the lack of time, I will not take, just take Kalia and PMKMY. So each scheme has a lot of problem what they were facing. Then Mamata Yojana, out of 400 household, 89 received Mamata Yojana, that is, no one is accepted, rejected, everyone is got accepted. And the ICD Anganwadi Yojana, widow pension, old pension, these are the social security scheme, 400 household received out of 400. So these are the four type of millet cultivation they are taking, four type of millet. These are the household cultivated crops percentage. Out of 400, 86% are cultivated paddy, and out of 400, 81% cultivated vegetable garden. This is because of the generating of income epidemic through the OPLP, Odisha PPTG Empowerment Livelihood Program. But if you look at the millet that is ragi, swan, little millet, and the foxtail millet and small pale millet, that is declining because of the interference of the vegetable garden, because of the commercial issue. So though we are talking about millet mission, they are bypassing the millet mission because of the vegetable giving more profit. Now the household, the livestock, So the livestock is, there are 4 type of pigs, poultry, goat and cattle. So earlier they have around 80 to 90% of pigs, every household, 82% household. But now they are 36 because of the swine flu issue. And another is poultry is 96%, and these are goat, and these are the descriptive. These are housing pattern and household electricity, drinking water, sanitation facility and cooking fuel. Percentage wise, how household are holding. If I talk the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Gramin, earlier it is Indra Awas Yojana, only 3.75% are getting. And they are the only household who has a Pakka house. And the rest are semi-Pakka and Kacha house. So now you will see electricity also from the government scheme, drinking water is also from the government security, sanitation also from the Swachh Bharat scheme, but these are all the very less. Now, what is doing this climate change perspective? I taken the logistic regression model. So, climate change, if the household has known climate change, yes, it is a 1. If known, that 0. On the basis that logistic regression apply, and then I came to know that find that this finding in all in with many studies I found similar kind of finding, because gender has a negative impact on the climate change and education has a positive impact on climate change. Also family size has a negative impact on climate change, and annual income is a positive impact of climate change if the household has information of climate change. So these are already found in many journals. So I skip this result because the result is similar to other findings. Therefore, I categorize the livelihood in different forms and make them is 4 type of livelihoods. One is a household having only agriculture, household having agriculture and off-farm, household having agriculture and non-farm, and household having agriculture, off-farm and non-farm. On that basis, I found 194 are agriculture households, occupation, and agriculture and off-farm 58 household, agriculture non-farm 94, and agriculture off-farm plus non-farm is a 54. So then I run multinomial logistic regression function. Then I came to know that the most significant information, those who are known to benefited is agriculture and non-farm. Again, I check why agriculture and non-farm is most significant. So already completed. With regard to then only I know that the people, those who are having climate change information are from the agriculture and non-farm. So what I found is the agriculture and non-farm, most of the non-farm holders are government job holders. So others, the agriculture and non-farm from open, why they are not coming? Because their non-farm activity is not generating more information. So affirmative action is somewhere doing well. Someone is doing in language teacher with agriculture, they are better known and they have information. So my study basically talk about agriculture and non-farm. Those who are having more climate change information are getting more number of significant and more number outcome and more well-being. So it is only 94 household out of 400 household. Now the conclusion what I'm talking is about, so the traditional economy and employment system of tribe needs to converge into diverse modern market economy, and the knowledge-based product facilitate the conservation of resources and maintenance of livelihood. Though livelihood had improved, though the GDP has improved, but it is not a good measurement and well-being. In the 2017 Davos meeting, Nobel laureate Joseph Stiglitz and Amundsen debated, and they found that the GDP is not good measurement. So well-being is very important. Without well-being, what is the important? The sustainability. So in climate change, sustainability is most important. So for sustainability, it is measurement. Why we measure in easily? Because we have a traditional method to calculation GDP, that is product method, income method, and consumption method. But methodological issue very complex. This is in terms of GDP sustainability to calculate. So yesterday, I think Anil Gupta sir has talked about how the disaster methodological issue is very complex. So again, these issues come, therefore in Paris Agreement they decided to do sustainable development goals. So sustainable development goals is rapidly worldwide increase, and because it has basically focused sustainable and sustainable development, economical efficiency, social equity, and ecological security. Now, the last point I'm saying, where our sir, we discussed with our senior bureaucrat. So the last month, the government of Odisha Secretariat had invited to Nobel laureate Michael Kramer. Many of you, our scholars have attended. So most of this conference, what I found is awareness is important to trust building, anything else. For that awareness, how the Poverty Action Lab has created the awareness through SMS. During the rain time and during the COVID-19 period health emergency, the awareness given through the small SMS helped to reduce the risk of the family or the household income. So the awareness created in different form. That was debated in the last year in the secretary meeting. So awareness is created not only through the government, through the NGO, but individually, but the large awareness will be created through the messaging and delivering different dialogue. This will help you to the economic improvement of travel and sustainability. Thank you very much.
Please stick to time. Okay.
Thank you.
Just the allotted time. Okay, so we can have.
Anyone has any questions?
Any query?
One single question we can take. No. Okay.
Sir, one question, sir. Sir? No, I have not taken disaster because in well-being. Oh, okay. So the disaster issue is in Hudhud time, the tribal PPTC people have suffered lots of problem. Their land, the surface land is coming to squeeze because of the landslides. So the calculating how much they are suffered. Suppose in a disaster Hudhud, suppose somebody house is destroyed, how much the destroyed of the calculation, that is very difficult. And measuring this in also in economical context. Yes. Already, if you look at the. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Sahu asked them to skip time actually. They are taking too much of time for just, summarize your presentation, please.
Actually, since you have already restricted me to give my presentation, and my previous presenter has already put on a base from where I have to start. So, and let us start with the, after so much discussion, those people who are really conserving the ecosystem, the people, the tribals, the indigenous people who are staying there in the forest for a longer period of time, and they have a symbiotic relationship with the forest, and they are the real conserver of the forest. So, after 2006 Forest Rights Act, government has enacted. So there are a lot of changes. You will find that there are tribal rights. They were earlier where they were treated as outsiders or encroachers. They are given rights on those lands. Forest lands they are being cultivating since 3 generations. So they are given rights, individual rights as well as community forest rights. So based on that, so let us start my presentation. So secure livelihood and resilient communities through recognition of rights, indigenous knowledge system under FRA and FRA Forest Rights Act and convergence of programs and schemes for the individual forest rights title holders in Odisha. So it is evidence from policy to action. So let's see. Next. So context, already I have clarified that these forest dwellers earlier were treated as like encroachers, and now they are given the rights. So they are having equal share. They are protecting, conserving, as well as participating in the management of the forest, regeneration and management of the forest. So there is a positive influence of forest conservation outcomes as people enjoy de jure rights over the forest land. After they are given the rights, so there is a positive changes as they are going to take care of their lands. So remove the fear of eviction resulting from insecure forest tenure. So basically the fearness was there. They could not want to develop those lands. You know, podu cultivation, shifting cultivation, they are going to change from one area to other area. Since they don't have the right to develop those lands, so they gradually shift. So in this context, next, this Forest Rights Act given them the entitlement, and with that entitlement, there is another act came with that Forest Rights Act. This rights of this forest dwellers are given, that their lands they are given are to be developed with different schemes, government schemes, like soil conservation measures, water conservation, soil and water conservation measures, and it will be productive so that they can take those lands for productive purposes, and they can have a good income source and livelihood from that land. So based on that, so they are given, there are some schemes like MGNRGS, you know, a lot of government schemes, MGNRGS, my previous presenter has already discussed a lot of schemes. So how those schemes will be conversed and with the individual forest right title holders, how he will be benefited, he or she will be benefited with those schemes, so that he will concentrate on those lands and develop those lands and will not go for further destruction of the forest. Rather, under the CFR, they will try to protect and manage their forest rights. Next. So, but this rationale of the studies, since it's a Minister of Tribal Affairs study, the program is going on, it's an ongoing program, and it's an action research. So we found that there is a lot of gap. So what was the target or the there is a gap in that, and it's a very limited boundaries now till date we have achieved. But the main thing is that what are the issues and challenges coming out for getting these people these rights, as well as getting convergence in different schemes. So what are the schemes to identify, what are the challenges, to identify those challenges and to find out alternatives, how this can be, there will be a time bound and precision action on those aspects. Next. So methods of study, so it has been, so 6 districts, tribal districts are taken. So based on these principles, the Schedule 5 areas, presence of PBTGs, my earlier presentation already explained, particularly vulnerable tribal groups, so, and coverage of forest right holders under convergence programs. So based on this, we have taken 6 districts. So one of them, Koraput district, is without having PBTG, but other 5 districts are having PBTG. Okay. Just next. So these are the study area. Next. So there were some literatures argue, these are the progress. These are the progress of individual forest rights given to the people as on November 2024 from MOTA. It has been, next. So status of convergence schemes for sample IFR beneficiaries. The status is shown like in most of the cases, housing scheme, most of the people are benefited under the housing scheme. And next is your convergence under other livelihood schemes like ITDAs and other government programs like training and other schemes, they are getting benefited. And then land development, they are getting benefit under land development scheme. And the farm pond, which is in the earlier discussion I was talking about, so it is another Sorry, another 1 or 2 minutes. Next. So actually, this is the framework on which the government system is working. So basically, at state level, there is a SLMC, the State Level Monitoring Committee, who is nodal officer is Secretary, SCST Development. At district level, the chairman is collector and nodal officer is PITD, and in non-tribal districts, it is DRD, PDDRD. So at similar block level and Gram Panchayat level, this system is working. So mainly, the first, at the state level, they are the monitoring, they are mostly monitoring the program, and the district level, they are just planning and also monitoring the program and checking what is happening at the grassroots levels. So at the ground level, most of the schemes are being planned and implemented. So I think we know all those difficulties, issues and challenges, what is happening. So I will come to next. Yeah, there are some cases, just one by one, just to use this. So these are the cases of some households improving their livelihood, having FRA land, and also the convergence of schemes. So one by one, 6 cases are there. Just go on. Yeah. Next. So there are challenges identified. First one is awareness, knowledge. First is no, just go back. So information sharing, mapping feasibility of schemes as far as information and planning. The last slide. So next, there are a lot of challenges we found. So most of the challenges are mostly like policy level at operational level. So at the policy level, there is lack of integration of different schemes for the convergence, that is one. And at the policy level, at the implementation level, we found that mostly there is lack of coordination among the departments. So within permitting, for monitoring, and as well as for planning. So it is happening. And at the grassroots level, where the planning has to be made from bottom to top, so it is not also happening. So on this basis, so I had given some suggestions. Next. So this is the framework on which the system should work. So it is both demand and supply side. In the demand side comes basically the people, the primary stakeholders, the villages, and the supply side, the entire government system, and what are the other people, stakeholders who can associate in this development. So since there is no time in explaining, I can conclude it that, so this framework leads to a proper demand side development with leadership, institutional building, stakeholders, and engagement. So unless we do this system, whatever programs comes, it will not sustain for a longer period. Once the program period is finished, so entire system will vanish away. Okay, thank you. First of thing, the beneficiaries are forest right title holders, first one in this program. So who have given the land title, so their land, they are to be benefited, the first one. And if they have given, what kind of land they are given, and what skill system they have, so skill system has to be mapped accordingly, and what are the resources they have, and what can they do. Yeah. See, what social security measures is for all. And this Forest Rights Act, they also will get social security measures. In addition, they will be getting most of the land development and natural resource development schemes. They have to get those schemes. Okay. For the livelihood measures, and mostly for livelihood measures. Yeah. Yeah, actually, it's, I think Gajapati is better. And Gajapati and Kandhamal. Kandhamal, both Gajapati and Kandhamal is good in, good in convergence activities. And like Malkangiri is also good, but in housing schemes. They have some certain schemes, there are different schemes of some districts is good at different schemes. Okay.
No, what I could understand, he is trying to explain, you have all the policies over there. You have suffering, that is tribals or the areas, okay? But there are lack of integrations. Policies are there, land is there, what has to be done for the surplus, earning of the money, additional surplus money, so that they should not destroy other areas. So it is the integration. It is the integration of the department that will make it a successful story. Okay? Am I right?
Yeah. Thank you.
Next is Pushpa Yadav. No. Lupsi Mahanti. Then just stick to the time, 5 minutes has been set. Yes, just highlight everything as you said. What's the objective in
Yeah. Good evening to all the dignitaries and audience, the panelists and the chair. Before going into my topic, I want to say something. Like since last 2 days, we have been discussing about climate change, environmental crisis and all that. Like we have been trying to identify the problems. There is no solution. We haven't come out with solutions yet, but solutions can't be created overnight. What I have tried, as chair has requested me to summarize my presentation. So what I'll do is, I just want to deal with the crux of my presentation, which is indigenous knowledge practice. Which I want to highlight upon is, as we have been stating about the problems, let's see if the solution can't be created overnight, what we can do. Can we think of creating a knowledge-based sort of thing, indigenous knowledge-based sort of thing? So there comes in my topic. My topic is sustainability through indigenous knowledge practices amidst environmental crisis. I am Lupsi Mahanti Roy, Assistant Professor, Shammilani Mahavidyalaya from West Bengal. I'll just skip my slides. First few slides I have dealt with sustainable development, sustainability, which are very closely associated with each other, genesis of sustainability. And sustainable development, it generally deals with 3 dimensions: social, economic, and environmental. Environmental is the inherent part of sustainable development. All of you are quite learned, so I'm not going in detail into the conferences or the report. As we know, World Report on Environment and Development is the blueprint for sustainable development. We have to highlight upon the cultural dimension also, which is very important. Here again, indigenous knowledge practices can be incorporated. Then I have given a brief, as there is paucity of time, because of the time constraint, I'm not going in detail into the account. I have prepared a brief account of all the climatologists, scientists, physicists that they have worked upon climate change, crisis, and environmental pollution.
I have tried to relate sustainability with indigenous knowledge practices as a tool which can be used, like indigenous knowledge practices can be created as a base, which can be resource base, which can be used as a tool by the various administrators for better administration. Then I have directly entered into my topic, like what is indigenous knowledge, traditional ecological knowledge. So I'm not going in detail into it. Then there are various forms of it, as you can see. And it has a major role to play in the context of climate change crisis or seasonal variation. We can say like these indigenous knowledge bearers, like the indigenous population, they bear the main brunt of climate change. Then I have dealt with like what is the significance of indigenous knowledge, how significant role, how momentous role it plays in case of climate change. I'm not going into detail again. Then what are the measures? We know like while I was doing a review, literature review, preparing for this topic, so I could find out like there is not much of literature available on indigenous knowledge practices. So what we have to do like we have to disseminate, we have to develop institutional mechanisms, then we have to integrate it, we have to make it inclusive, and last but not least, which is very vital and it's a very promising area for research scholars, upcoming research scholars, which is indigenous knowledge base is incorporated in various school curricula in countries like Australia, Ethiopia, Zambia, USA. Recently, all of you know, NEP, New Education Policy 2020, it has been emphasizing on Indian knowledge system. There is an intricate connection between indigenous knowledge and Indian knowledge system. So the world is open for us, indigenous knowledge resource base for research. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. Honorable dignitary sitting on the dais and respected dignitaries present here and my dear students. Today we discuss so much related to coastal rising temperatures, changing rainfall patterns, coastal vulnerabilities. It has great impact on socio-economic and health problems. Then, the adverse consequences of climate change present a real and present risk to nutrition and food insecurity. So that some mitigation and adoption strategies are being implemented by the government of Odisha to address climate change issues. My topic is climate change and impact of millet mission and integrated farming system in India, a case study of tribal areas in Odisha. This project, two projects, one is millet mission and an integrated farming system. Both the projects have a success story and received good attention of the state. Next slide. Contents: introduction, objectives of the study, research methodology, sampling design, project implementation, data collection. These are the contents of my presentation, sir. Introduction. In the context of climate change, increased temperature, variability in rainfall, and higher incidence of climate-induced natural resources, such as drought, flood, and cyclone, Government of Odisha, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment has taken 2 projects, that is a millet mission and integrated farming. Integrated farming comprises agriculture, horticulture, livestock, fisheries, beekeeping, mushroom cultivation, and other things which are allied to the integrated farming. Even convergence, MGRAJ convergence included in this project. It is a very beautiful, successful project in Odisha context, sir. Especially related to the tribal area, sir. These are the major objectives of the study. Understand the implementation process, socio-economic condition of the people, tribal people, and also to understand the production, consumption, marketing, and of different crops, vegetables, fish, and livestock, to assess the project impacts in the study area, sir. Sample design, both a baseline and a mid-term evaluation have been done. And 2 districts, actually 9 districts I have written in my abstract paper, whereas 2 districts I have worked very seriously in 2 districts, that is Malkani district and Koraput. Other districts I have visited, but in the implementation process, I have thoroughly gone through and implemented all these in very remote areas. Data procedure, primary data, interacting with the people, farm household. Then second data with different sources like FGD, then Department of Water Resources, Agriculture Department, and also statistical handbook and other relevant books and journals. Then major findings of the study. Socio-economic profile, after implementation, the implementation process, their quality of life of people has been improved, related to agriculture, horticulture, livestock, and training. In agriculture, some supportive components, which has given some funds. That is, I would like to say, the infrastructure of a site-specific area, protective irrigation, then crop diversification, intercropping, establishment of mini seed center, seed production, support of liquid manure, bond plantation, and some funds has been allotted for unity-wise. Then this is the agricultural components. Horticulture component also, it is a very good segment for the improvement of the livelihood of people, quality of life, improvement of the people. Support to micro irrigation, vegetable cultivation, then support of seeds and other inputs, promotion of a producer APO, farmers producers company or a farmers producer organization, APO. These are for the marketing purposes. APO has been formed. They have also supported some money, that is 3 lakhs per APO. Then livestock components, component training to the goatry farmers, then cow, buffalo farmers and other cow farmers. Special training has been given by the inspector, veterinary officers and other officers also. Then livestock components, goat shelter construction. Then also establishment of indigenous chicks production unity, poultry night shelter, low cost shed, livestock and fishery. Then support for poultry basin cold chain management, establishment of goat unity through SSG, backward dockery rearing. Dockery, it has good demand for egg dockery, and also poultry basin cold chain management, azolla cultivation, enriched crop CDU, promotion of native livestock breeds, fishery components also, training through the farmers, farm pond holders, then support of quality feed supply, how it will be convergence with the MGNRJ, all the things have been done. This type of small pond converted into a large one. But support initially have given this type of to farm. Then sheep also have sheep farmers have given some training to the sheep farmers. Then other supporters strengthening to the APO, women self-help group support and training, and exposure visit to the successful area, training support to cluster level leading farmers. All these have been supported, some amount of component and unit type funds has been allotted. This has a change, a good quality of, they improved the quality of life of the farmers. Crores of rupees has been spent in Malkanai district and especially Koraput district and the other 9 districts. Integrated farming is a beautiful program which has been some जीवन चली जाऊँ लोकंर गोटे छेली घर कि बत घर कुकुड़ा घर कि गाई छेली रखा कर जो 15,000 टंका कि 25,000 टंका दिखाई मार्केटिंग सपोर्ट व्हिच हैज बीन इन्फ्लुएंस्ड देयर इज ए ग्रेट चेंज इन कम्युनिटी लेवल आई हैव सीन आई हैव ऑब्जर्व्ड एंड अदर्स आर विजिटिंग टू दिस साइड these are the findings and also which I have not given which has been mentioned in my article sir. This is a beautiful program which government of Odisha has been highlighted in the national, international level. Millets program, International Millets Day has been observed, and a Sri or no. Now millet has, Odisha Millet Mission has mentioned Sri or no name. So this is the findings. Thank you. Namaskar. Any question? Any question? APO, Farmers Producer Organization. What is it? Marketing. APO has been formed. Whatever they produced, they collectively sell they collectively sell all these their items, whatever it may be, ragi, any form of pulses, biri, muga, koltha, whatever it may, then kandula, rasi, whatever it may be. They will sell collectively, which they will go to the state level, district level agriculture officer, and also exhibition there is going on, Adivasi Mela and others, which they also NABARD officials, they are coming, and also interacting to the interface training program. Government officials and the farmers, both of them will interact directly. What our product, this is our product, how we will sell. District marketing officials, they are contacting. Also, I have been involved, we have sell all these things where I have worked in Javier University. I have sell in Big Bazaar, Vishal Mega Mart, also leading technical institutes or universities. I am sabu munije taku kocha amar chopa chhada jaye birita ku chopa chhada jaye chopa chhada hale jo pila mane su khaunanti bora sugura su jo guda ye achi se bahut demand ete demand je am supply kari parunu रायगढ़ जीव से कौन कर नाबार्ड दूसरा ट्रांजिट पैसा ट्रांजिट पैसा से ये कराए एपीओ केमी फर्माट कराए एपीओ दीटा कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी एक्ट रजिस्ट्रेशन हम आ कंपनी एक्ट रजिस्ट्रेशन हो कंपनी एक्ट रजिस्ट्रेशन आंकर टी ये कम आंतु एपीओटा जदि कोऑपरेटिव हम सेटा कौन अच्छे डिमांडटा तार गवर्नमेंट टी गवर्नमेंट प्रेसर गवर्नमेंट रही हाँ sir actually I have seen in Malkan district so many APOs are working. 25 APOs are very they are working perfectly, sir. 25, sir. In my age, in Swaiman Anchal, then Korkonda, then other areas. This is the situation. In Rayagada also, I have worked, whereas 5 APOs, only Kondhamal district. Kondhamal district, in district level, they have registered only 10. Only 10.
Yes. Respected panelist, and other dignitaries. My study is about irrigation ecosystem and the poverty. Poverty of rural poverty. Poverty is a multi-dimensional concept, and there are various policies has been introduced to alleviate the poverty. In fact, if we look at the first 5-year plan onwards, the poverty has been focused because agricultural development is one of the inputs or one of the factors that alleviate the poverty. So there are various studies in agricultural development and poverty nexus. But the main thing is what? Agricultural development has, of course, contributed to alleviate the poverty, but the major thing is that one of the various factors, irrigation is the one of the factors which is helping for agricultural development and indirectly reducing the rural poverty, which has not been studied in a very broad way. In 2001, one of the great economists, Professor Narayana Murthy, he started to study the nexus between irrigation development and poverty. So, but there are various studies. So these are the studies, agriculture nexus and poverty. But what happens now? There are factors like seeds, irrigation, cropped area, labor, fertilizer, etc. Many are there to develop the agriculture development, but irrigation is one of the major factors that increase the agriculture development because of due to erratic rainfall across the country, and due to that is the climate change. So these are the scenario of agriculture scenario. Just I am skipping this one. So if the irrigation is so important for agriculture development, so what is the importance? The irrigation played a major role in poverty reduction by ensuring agricultural growth, expanding livelihood opportunity, increasing the use of yield, and etc. So in that way, irrigation is reducing rural poverty. But this nexus between irrigation and agriculture has been studied in a macro level, that means state level, taking the secondary data. So in this study, the major gap is that we have taken the field-based study between irrigation and agriculture development. The objective of this study is that, of course, I said already the first objective. Another important study is that source-wise irrigation and its impact on rural development. What are the sources? The major sources are groundwater, canal water, tank water, and rain-fed area. So we have taken 3 irrigated systems and rain-fed area just to analyze a comparative studies. So in this case, data has been taken, one of the field-based study, that I am not going to speak. So here, these are the data study the India, Tamil Nadu, and all these 4 villages has been taken. These 4 villages is basically 4 irrigated system. One is rain-fed system for comparative analysis purpose. So when we talk about result and discussion, I have taken, these are the variables: groundwater, canal water, tank water, and rain-fed area. When we talk about monthly employment days is highest in groundwater irrigated area and lowest in rain-fed area. And we also look at this, rain-fed area and tank irrigated area is, the average is less than the total average. But when we talk about groundwater irrigated and canal water irrigated area, we take more than the national average, but total average what we say. Similarly, when we look at this, all the variables, groundwater irrigation is a leading one, and which is giving more employment opportunity, more income, more consumption expenditure, and in that case, the agriculture means groundwater is playing a major role to reduce rural poverty. This is the descriptive analysis what I observed. So when I took this is a poverty line, poverty gap, groundwater irrigated area. So in this case, what happens? We have taken this groundwater irrigated area, the gap between poverty line and monthly consumption, which is taken as a proxy of income. So the gap is very less in groundwater, and comparatively, the followed by canal water, and again we follow tank water, but it is very wide in the rain-fed area. This is shows that in rain-fed area, poverty is highest because employment opportunity is very less in that case. So I am just going to, we have not only descriptive analysis, we have also put the logistic and Tobit regression analysis, we have done it. So in this logistic regression analysis, again we look at this one. Please have a look at this. Groundwater irrigated, the coefficient is very high. Then the canal water, then we go to the rainfed or tank irrigated area. So similarly, here in this case, we can see that the groundwater irrigation is playing a major role, followed by the canal water irrigation. But what happens? This is not the sufficient result, so we have taken another result, OLS regression result and Tobit model also. In these two results also, we have looked at the same criteria or same result we have received. So the major conclusion, as I said, that descriptive analysis says that agricultural income, employment and consumption expenditure is definitely higher in a groundwater irrigated area than canal water irrigated area. So this is what, so when we talk about climate change is something like we are exploiting the groundwater because the shortage of water in the ground level. That is what happening. Therefore, the groundwater is impacting also much in the poverty reduction purpose. So this result says that, therefore, this is not only my study, there are many various studies, the result is same. So we can conclude that this study has been very importantly noted in this literature also. So I just would like to say that, therefore the study, judicious policies should be formulated to enhance irrigation system, to increase not only the agricultural growth, but also to reduce poverty at a greater margin across the state, which is the one of the goal of SDG for zero hunger purpose. So irrigation is one of the criteria. Thank you so much.
Whether he is available?